On the morning of January 30th, 1649, the King of England asked for a second shirt. The day was so cold that the Thames had frozen solid, and the King explained the request to the servant dressing him. If he shivered on the scaffold, the crowd would think he was afraid. He would not give them that. Then he walked across St. James's Park, with soldiers on either side, drums beating, and entered the most beautiful room in his kingdom, the banqueting house at Whitehall, built for his family, its ceiling painted by Rubens with the image of his own father rising into heaven like a saint. The king passed directly beneath that painting, stepped through a window opening onto the street, and came out onto a wooden platform. On the platform stood a low block, an axe, and two men wearing masks. The man about to die was king of 3 kingdoms. The men killing him were his own subjects, acting in the name of the law, holding a death warrant signed by 59 of them. 62 years earlier, his grandmother had walked to a scaffold just like this one, just as calmly. This family entered English history through a beheading, and English history was about to close the frame with another. And here is the strange part. Less than 50 years before this morning, this same family achieved something no English king had managed in 3 centuries of war. They united 2 enemy kingdoms under a single crown without firing a shot. How does a dynasty that began by uniting the crowns end with a country tearing itself apart, and tearing the dynasty apart with it? The answer starts with the grandmother, and the axe that came for her first. The woman kneeling at the block in Fotheringhay Castle, on the morning of February 8th, 1587, had dressed for the occasion with more care than her executioners had. She was Mary, Queen of Scots. She was 44 years old, and she had spent 19 of those years as a prisoner in England. When her attendants removed her black gown at the scaffold, the whole hall saw what she wore beneath it, a bodice and petticoat of deep crimson. Every witness understood the message, because crimson was the colour of Catholic martyrdom. Mary had lost her kingdom, her freedom, and her life, and she used her final mourning to tell the Protestant men watching her die exactly what her death meant. They were not executing a traitor. They were making a saint. The execution itself went badly. The first blow of the axe missed her neck and struck the back of her head, and it took more than one stroke to finish the work. A grim spectacle, even by the standards of the age. When the executioner finally lifted the head and called out, "God save the Queen," the auburn hair came away in his hand. Mary had been wearing a wig. Her real hair was grey and cropped short, and the head of the anointed Queen of Scotland dropped and rolled on the scaffold floor. Afterward, as they gathered her things to burn them, so that no relic could survive her, they found her small dog hiding in her skirts. It had walked to the scaffold with her, unseen, and it refused to leave the body. The men in that hall thought they were ending a story. They were starting one instead, and it would run for the next 200 years. Rewind her life, and it plays like a gambler's ruin, one lost hand after another. Mary became Queen of Scotland when she was 6 days old, after her father died, by the account that came down through the chronicles, turning his face to the wall. She was sent to France as a child and raised at the French court, where she grew tall and graceful and famously charming, and at 16 she married the heir to the French throne. At 17 she was Queen of France. At 18 she was a widow. So she came home, a Catholic queen of 19, French in her manners and her instincts, to rule a Scotland that had changed religion while she was away. The Protestant Reformation had swept her kingdom. Her own government was run by Protestant lords, and Edinburgh's most powerful preacher, John Knox, thundered from his pulpit against the rule of women in general, and this woman in particular. She might have survived all of that. Her marriages were what ruined her. Her second husband, vicious young nobleman named Darnley, gave her a son and then gave her every reason to despise him. He joined a gang of lords who dragged her Italian secretary out of her supper room and stabbed him to death in front of her while she was 6 months pregnant. The following year, the house where Darnley was sleeping blew up in the middle of the night, and Darnley was found dead in the garden, untouched by the blast. He had been strangled. What Mary knew, and when she knew it, has been argued for 4.5 centuries, and the honest answer is that no one can prove it either way. What is certain is what she did next. 3 months after the murder, she married the man everyone in Scotland believed had arranged it. Her nobles rose against her. Her army melted away without a battle. She was locked in an island castle and forced to abdicate in favour of her son, a baby she would never see again. She escaped, raised one more army, lost one more time, and then made the last bad bet of a life full of them. She crossed the border into England and asked for the protection of her cousin, Queen Elizabeth. Elizabeth gave her a comfortable prison and 19 years to understand her mistake. The problem was blood. By the reckoning of every Catholic in Europe, Mary was not Elizabeth's guest. She was Elizabeth's rightful replacement, a legitimate Catholic claimant to the English throne sitting inside England itself. And, for 19 years, every plot against Elizabeth's life ended at Mary's door. The last one, a scheme to assassinate Elizabeth and put Mary on her throne, was monitored from the start by Elizabeth's spymaster, who let the letters flow just long enough to catch Mary's written approval. A court condemned her. Elizabeth signed the warrant, then raged at her counsellors for using it, because killing an anointed queen set a precedent no monarch wanted to exist. Once a crowned head could be lawfully removed with an axe. The idea was loose in the world, and ideas like that do not go back in the box. Mary left 3 things behind her. The first was acclaim. Through her Tudor grandmother, her bloodline stood next in succession to the English throne, and Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, was aging without a child. The second was a lesson, written in her own blood on the scaffold floor, that a crown protects no one who wears it. The third was a son. He was 20 years old, King of Scotland, and he had not seen his mother since he was 10 months old. When the news from Fotheringhay reached Edinburgh, he observed the proper mourning, precisely as much as protocol required, and not a day more. He lodged a formal protest with London, worded carefully, strong enough to satisfy Scottish honour and mild enough to threaten nothing. And then he returned to the work he had been doing before the news arrived, and would keep doing for 16 patient years. He was writing letters, courteous, warm, respectful letters, to the woman who had just signed his mother's death warrant, because the woman who killed his mother was also the woman who could make him the most powerful king in the history of the British Isles. In July of 1567, in the Church of the Holy Rood in Stirling, a crown was lowered onto the head of a 13-month-old baby, and the baby cried through the entire ceremony. Scotland barely noticed. Scotland had seen this before. For 200 years, the Stuart family had ruled this kingdom, and their history reads less like a royal chronicle than an actuarial warning. One king was stabbed to death in a vault beneath a monastery, while his queen fought off the assassins. Another was killed when one of his own siege cannons exploded beside him. Another fell at Flodden, with most of the Scottish nobility dead around him. For 7 consecutive generations, the crown of Scotland passed to a child, because Stuart kings kept dying young and violently, and every royal childhood became a prize for whichever pack of nobles could seize the child first. Scotland was poor. Its great families were armed and proud, and its kings survived by cunning or did not survive at all. The crying baby in Stirling was named James, the 6th of that name, son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the murdered Darnley. His life fit the family pattern before he could walk. His father was assassinated before his 1st birthday. His mother was deposed and gone before his 2nd. He would be raised by strangers, governed by regents, and fought over like territory. Consider what his childhood actually contained. 4 regents ruled Scotland in his name while he grew up. The first was shot from a window, the first recorded assassination of a head of government by firearm anywhere in the world. The second died after a raid on Stirling. The third died suddenly, amid whispers of poison that no one could ever prove. And the whispers themselves tell you what kind of country this was. The fourth, the man who had governed longest and hardest, was eventually arrested by his enemies and beheaded, and the instrument they used was a primitive guillotine called the Maiden, which Scotland had adopted decades before France made the design famous. His education was its own kind of violence. His principal tutor, George Buchanan, was one of the most brilliant scholars in Europe and one of the harshest men in Scotland. A man who beat the king regularly and made sure the boy knew that his mother was a murderess and an adulteress. The abuse had a curriculum inside it. Buchanan believed and published that kings derive their authority from the people and can be removed by them, and he was determined to raise a king who believed it too. He got the opposite. The beatings produced a superb scholar, fluent in Latin and Greek, soaked in theology, one of the most learned monarchs ever to sit a throne, who rejected his tutor's entire theory of kingship and spent his adult life building its mirror image. Kings, James would write, are chosen by God and answer to God alone. It is not hard to see where that conviction came from. A boy owned, beaten, and traded by other men might reasonably dream of an authority that no man on earth could touch. The dream nearly got him killed anyway. When James was 16, a faction of Protestant lords invited him to a castle called Ruthven, and when he tried to leave, they blocked the door. He was their prisoner for 10 months. King in name, hostage in fact, while they governed through him. When he finally slipped free, he did something that tells you everything about the man he was becoming. He declared a general pardon, smiled at men he had every reason to hate, waited for them to overreach, and then, on, over years, ruined them. A less patient king would have started a war he might have lost. James had learned the one lesson his ancestors kept dying without learning. In Scotland, the survivors were the ones who could wait, and by his early 20s, James was waiting for something much bigger than revenge. The arithmetic sat in plain sight. Elizabeth of England was in her 50s, unmarried, childless, and the last of her line, by blood. The strongest claim to her throne ran straight through the family of the woman she had executed. to James himself. The son of Mary, Queen of Scots, was the most plausible heir to the crown that had killed her. And everyone in Europe knew it. And no one could say it out loud. Elizabeth refused to name any successor. She had watched her own reign begin as the focus of plots against her sister, and she had no intention of creating a rival court around an heir. So the question of who would rule England after her became the great unspoken subject of the age, discussed everywhere and settled nowhere. James ran his campaign for that throne, the only way it could be run, in silence. He kept his mourning for his mother within diplomatic bounds. He accepted an English pension. He married a Protestant princess, Anne of Denmark, and raised his children in the Protestant faith. He wrote his books on kingship, partly for the English audience he could not openly court, and in the final years, he opened a secret correspondence with the most powerful man in Elizabeth's government, her chief minister, Robert Cecil, a small, brilliant, hunchbacked operator who had privately concluded that a smooth succession was worth more than his queen's permission. Their letters moved under code numbers. Cecil coached the Scottish king on exactly how to behave, what to say, what never to say. And James followed the coaching like a professional. Toward the end, the old queen's health began to fail, and her council quietly aligned behind the King of Scots. And still nobody said the thing everyone knew. In late March of 1603, Elizabeth died at Richmond Palace in the small hours of the morning. Legend says a lady of the court dropped a sapphire ring from a window to a horseman waiting below. A ring the Queen had once given as a token, now sent north as proof. The legend may be polished, but the ride was real. A courtier named Robert Carey was in the saddle within hours, carrying the news toward Edinburgh, nearly 400 miles away. He rode through 2 sunrises, changed horses at posting stations he had arranged in advance, fell hard on the road when his horse threw him, and kept riding, with blood running down his face. On the 3rd night, gates opened for him at the palace of Holyrood House. He was brought, filthy and limping, to the king's chamber, where he knelt and greeted James by a title no living man had ever spoken to him, King of England. The proof was a ring, and the King of Scotland held it in his hand at midnight and understood that he had just won the longest game in Europe. Think about what that little sapphire actually meant. England and Scotland had been at war, on and off, for 300 years. English armies had burned Edinburgh. Scottish armies had bled at Flodden. Along the border between them lay a strip of country so lawless that its families raided each other for a living. The border culture gave English the word blackmail, protection money paid to the raiding clans, and the raiders' own name, rivers, preserves the old verb to reave, to rob and carry away. Generations of kings had tried to join these 2 kingdoms with the sword, and every one of them had failed. Now a childless queen had died in her sleep, and the whole bloody problem solved itself in a single night. The heir to England was the King of Scots. Nobody fired a shot. Nobody even argued. James left Edinburgh in early April of 1603, promising the weeping crowds that he would return every 3 years. He came back once in 22 years. The truth is that he was riding away from everything he had survived. The kidnappings, the sermons, the armed lords, the poverty, and riding toward the richest inheritance in the Protestant world. And he enjoyed every mile of it. The journey south became a rolling festival. English nobles raced each other up the Great North Road to kneel first. Every town threw feasts. Every country house begged the honor of hosting him for a night, and the honor nearly bankrupted some of them. Along the way, James discovered a royal power the cash-starved kings of Scotland had rarely been able to indulge. He could make gentlemen into knights just by touching them with a sword, and it cost him nothing, so he did it constantly. In courtyards, at dinners, sometimes dozens in a morning. By some counts, he created more than 300 knights in his first few months. Elizabeth had made about 800 in 44 years. The English watched their honours system inflate like a currency, and made their first quiet notes about the new management. At Newark, they made a darker note. By a contemporary account, a cutpurse was caught working the crowd that followed the royal procession, and James ordered the man hanged on the spot, without a trial. In Scotland, that was kingship. In England, it was a scandal. English law did not allow anyone, including the king, to execute a man without judge and jury, and the lawyers in the crowd said so, carefully, to each other. It was a small thing, one dead pickpocket on a spring day, and it was also the whole next half-century in miniature. A king who believed his word was law had just arrived in a country that believed the law stood above his word, and neither side yet realized how far apart those two beliefs would pull. London made Edinburgh look like a market town, 250,000 people, 10 times the size of the Scottish capital, the biggest city in Northern Europe. Loud, rich, crowded, plague-ridden, and self-assured. The kingdom that came with it was richer still, and better organized than anything James had ever governed, with one institution at its centre that had no true Scottish equivalent. The English Parliament was old, proud, jealous of its privileges, and it controlled the money. Kings of England could not levy new taxes without it. That single fact made the English crown look mighty and feel poor. And James, who had been genuinely poor all his life, never quite grasped the difference. He had inherited the purse strings of a great kingdom, and the purse strings came with hands attached. The honeymoon lasted about as long as his first big idea. James wanted his two crowns to become one country, one name, one flag, one people, Great Britain, with himself as its founding father. He proposed it to Parliament with genuine passion, and Parliament looked at this Scottish king offering to dissolve England into something larger and told him no. English members openly worried about hungry Scots swarming south to eat English offices and English land. The Union project died in committee, and James absorbed a lesson his old kingdom had never taught him. In Scotland, he had learned to outweight armed men. Nobody had taught him how to outweight a debate, so he went around it. By royal proclamation, he simply began calling himself King of Great Britain, a title no law had created and no parliament had approved. He ordered a new flag designed. The crosses of England and Scotland laid one over the other, and English and Scottish sailors promptly began fighting about whose cross sat on top. The kingdoms kept their separate parliaments, separate churches, separate laws, and separate grudges. The union existed in exactly one place, which was the person of the king, one head, two crowns, and a name on paper that would wait 100 years for the countries beneath it to catch up. Still, it worked, and that deserves saying plainly, because the rest of this story is the machine coming apart. The border wars stopped, the raiding families were broken up, hanged or deported, and the bloodiest frontier in Europe went quiet inside a decade. A Scottish king sat safely on the English throne, ruling Ireland. Besides, 3 kingdoms under one man, for the first time in the history of the islands. The diplomats of Europe had spent 20 years predicting that the English succession would end in civil war. Instead, it had ended in a horse race and a ring. 4 years into the new reign, the reach of the crown quietly grew longer than any map in Whitehall showed. In the spring of 1607, 3 small English ships crossed the Atlantic and anchored in a river on the coast of Virginia. The 100-odd men aboard built a fort on a swampy peninsula and named the settlement after their new king, Jamestown. It nearly died a dozen times in its first years, of hunger and disease and war, but it held on. The first permanent English foothold in America, and it carried the name of the House of Stuart onto a continent the family would never see. Nobody at court paid it much attention. Seeds never looked like much. Back in London, James settled into his inheritance, and into the pile of unfinished business Elizabeth had left behind. Near the top of it sat the question of England's Catholics. They were a minority, taxed and fined for their faith, barred from public life, forced to hear Mass in secret rooms, and they had allowed themselves a fragile hope. The new king was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, the Catholic martyr herself. His wife was privately sympathetic to the old faith. Surely the son of such a mother would loosen the vice. For a moment, James even seemed to consider it, and the fines eased. Then the pressures of politics and money closed back in. The fines returned. The priests were ordered out of the kingdom again, and the hope curdled into something colder. Most English Catholics swallowed the disappointment and went on with their quiet, careful lives. In a room above a London tavern called the Duck and Drake, in May of 1604, 5 men who would not swallow it met, swore an oath of secrecy on a prayer book, and heard Mass together in the next room. Their leader was a tall, magnetic gentleman named Robert Catesby, and the plan he laid before them was not a protest, and it was bigger than an assassination. It was arithmetic. The king, his heir, his ministers, his bishops, his judges, and both houses of his parliament all gathered under one roof, on one morning, once a year. In a display case at Oxford sits an iron lantern, dented and ancient, and the label says it was taken from the hand of a man arrested in a cellar under the House of Lords, a little after midnight, on the 5th of November, 1605. Here is how the man and the lantern got there. Robert Catesby's plan was as simple as it was enormous. The state opening of Parliament brought the entire English government into a single chamber. The king would be there on his throne, with the Prince of Wales beside him. The lords would be there in their robes, the bishops in theirs, the judges on their sacks of wool, and the members of the Commons crowded at the bar to hear the king's speech. Every man who governed England gathered in one room, on a date announced in advance. Destroy that room at that moment. And you did not merely kill a king, you decapitated a kingdom in a single second. And into the vacuum, you could ride with a new monarch of your own. A Catholic restoration carried on the shock wave. The conspirators rented a house next to the House of Lords. The first idea was to tunnel through the foundation wall, and by later accounts they actually tried. Gentlemen with soft hands hacking at medieval masonry, many feet thick, making almost no progress. Then luck handed them something better. A ground-floor storeroom directly beneath the Lord's chamber came up for rent. It was a commercial space in a busy, unguarded warren of shops and lodgings that pressed right up against the Palace of Westminster in those days, and no one thought twice about tenants moving goods in and out. The conspirators took the lease, and through the spring and summer of 1605 they moved in their cargo, barrel by barrel, hidden under firewood and iron bars, gunpowder, 36 barrels of it, by the count that stuck, sitting under the floor of the House of Lords. Modern engineers who have run the numbers agree the charge was far more than enough to blow the chamber and everyone in it to pieces, and take a fair amount of Westminster along. The man chosen to light it was a soldier named Guy Fawkes, recruited for exactly the skills the gentleman lacked. He was a Yorkshireman who had spent a decade fighting for the Catholic cause in the wars in Flanders, and expert in siege work and explosives. Calm, disciplined, and unknown to the London authorities, he took the name John Johnson and played the part of a servant keeping his master's storeroom. Through the autumn, he checked the powder, replaced barrels gone damp, and waited for the 5th of November, when he would light a slow fuse, walk out, and be across the channel before the dust settled. The plot had held tight for a year and a half, which is remarkable in itself. What broke it was mercy. As the date approached, the circle of conspirators had widened to about 13, and some of the newer men began to choke on a detail the planners had accepted from the start. Parliament contained Catholic lords. The explosion would not sort the innocent from the guilty. 10 days before the opening, a Catholic peer named Lord Monteagle was handed an anonymous letter at his supper table, and the letter, in strange, looping, careful language, advised him to find some excuse to skip the opening of Parliament, for they shall receive a terrible blow, this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. Who wrote it has never been settled. The likeliest suspect was a conspirator married to Monteagle's sister, though some historians have wondered whether Monteagle staged the letter to cover a tip he had received another way. What matters is where the letter went next. Monteagle carried it straight to Robert Cecil, the same small, tireless minister who had managed the king's smooth succession, and Cecil, a man who understood theatre, waited several days and then laid it before the king himself. James read the phrase, "about a blow they shall not see," and concluded it meant powder. Whether the king truly cracked the riddle or was gently steered to the answer by a minister who already knew it, the story gave James a starring role. He never tired of retelling. The searches began quietly on the 4th of November, so as not to spring the trap early. A first party toured the storerooms under the Lords in the afternoon and found a tall serving man standing watch over an unusually large pile of firewood. They noted him and moved on. Near midnight, a second search party came back to the cellar. This time they shifted the wood. Under it lay the barrels, and beside the barrels stood the same tall man, booted and cloaked for travel, carrying a watch, slow matches, and touchwood. In some tellings he held the lantern that sits in Oxford today. He gave his name as John Johnson. And when they asked him what he was doing with 36 barrels of gunpowder under the House of Lords, he answered, by one account, that he had meant to blow the Scots back to Scotland. They took him to the Tower for 2 days. John Johnson gave the interrogators nothing but his false name and his regret at failing, and the king, half horrified and half fascinated, authorized what came next in a written order that still survives. The gentler tortures first. The letter says, and so by degrees proceeding to the worst. The record of what followed is 2 signatures. On his confession of the 8th of November, the prisoner signed his true name, Guido Fawkes, in a firm soldier's hand. On the confession taken days later, after the rack had done its work, the signature trails off into a faint, broken scrawl, the surname barely begun and then abandoned, the writing of a hand that no longer worked. The 2 documents sit in the archives today, a few days apart, and no description of torture in any book says more than the space between them. The rest of the plot died fast. Catesby and the core conspirators fled toward the Midlands, tried to raise a Catholic rising that nobody joined, and were cornered at a country house where, in a detail history keeps straight-faced, their own gunpowder, soaked by rain and set to dry before an open fire, exploded and burned several of them before the posse arrived. Catesby died in the shootout that followed, reportedly clutching a picture of the Virgin Mary. The survivors were tried and executed by the full grim ritual English law reserved for treason, and the heads went up on spikes. What did not die was the fear. That is the true legacy of the 5th of November. England had already distrusted Catholics. Now, England had seen, or believed it had seen, the proof of what it distrusted: a conspiracy of Catholic gentlemen prepared to annihilate king, church, and parliament in one blast. It did not matter that most English Catholics were horrified by the plot. It did not matter that the plotters were a handful of desperate men acting against the advice of their own church. From this night forward, for the next century and beyond, Catholic in the English imagination meant conspiracy, and the fear would prove far more explosive than the powder. It would drive laws, riots, perjuries, and revolutions. It would help kill one Stuart king and dethrone another. The fear of the 5th of November runs through the rest of this story like a character of its own, and it outlives everyone. Parliament, for its part, walked out of that cellar with something no institution can buy. It had nearly been the tomb of the English state, and it emerged as the state's survivor, wrapped in providence. An annual service of thanksgiving was written into law. Bonfires burned every November, and 4 centuries later they still do, with straw men on top of them, and the man the straw represents is Guy Fawkes. To this day, before every state opening of Parliament, the yeomen of the guard descend into the cellars of Westminster and search them by lantern light. The ritual has run for more than 400 years. Nobody expects them to find anything. That was never the point. In January, the king came to Parliament to celebrate the deliverance, and his speech soared. God had preserved his anointed. James told the assembled members, "Kings," he reminded them, "sit on God's own throne on earth," and their preservation was heaven's personal business. The members cheered the sentiment, as members do, and some of them, walking out into the winter air, turned the speech over in their minds and noticed the shape of it. They had nearly died together, king and parliament, in the same room, on the same morning. Yet the king's account of the miracle had somehow contained a great deal about God and his anointed, and very little about the law, or about them. Before he was a king of 2 crowns, James was an author, and one of his books carried a title that reads, "Today, like a loaded gun left on a table, the true law of free monarchies." He wrote it in Scotland. in his early 30s, and its argument fits in a single sentence. Kings are appointed by God. Kings answer to God alone, and no power on earth, no noble, no bishop, no parliament, no court has any right to judge them. Where that book came from decides everything that follows. James did not write it from a position of strength. He wrote it as the survivor of a childhood in which he had been owned, beaten, kidnapped, and traded. The king of a poor country whose nobles treated the crown like a sheep to be sheared. His own tutor had taught him, with a rod in his hand, that the people could unmake kings, and his own mother's life had shown him exactly how that theory played out in practice. Divine right, for James, was a shield. It was the argument of a weak king trying to make himself untouchable on paper because he had never once been untouchable in fact. And here is the crucial thing about the man. He preached the theory his entire life, and he never fully acted on it. James lectured his parliaments like a schoolmaster, and then he haggled with them like a horse trader. He claimed powers he quietly declined to use. He pushed every argument right up to the edge of a crisis. And then, with the timing of a man who had survived 4 regents and a kidnapping, he stepped back. James believed kings stood above the law. He was also far too shrewd to ever put the belief to the test. The trouble with a loaded theory is that you cannot control who reads it. And the most dangerous reader in the world was growing up inside his own palace. James and his queen, Anne of Denmark, had 2 sons who survived infancy, and the difference between them was the kind history writes cruel jokes about. The elder, Prince Henry, was everything a 17th century kingdom dreamed of in an heir. Tall, athletic, handsome, fiercely Protestant, disciplined where his father was sloppy, dignified where his father was coarse. He collected art, drilled at arms, and kept a court so upright that swearing near the prince cost you a fine for the poor box. By his teens, Henry had become the most popular member of the royal family, a walking advertisement for the dynasty's future, and men spoke of the great Protestant warrior king he would make. The younger son, Charles, was the afterthought. He was a small, sickly child, so weak in the legs that at 3 he still could not walk, so slow to talk that some at court doubted he ever would. When the family moved south to England in 1603, Charles was left behind in Scotland for a year as too fragile to travel. He grew into a boy with a stammer he would carry all his life. Trailing in the wake of a brilliant older brother, the whole nation adored. Learning early the habits of the overlooked. Watch quietly. Say little. Keep your dignity when no one can reach it. In the autumn of 1612, Henry came down with a fever after swimming in the Thames. An illness. Modern medicine reads, cautiously, as probably typhoid. For 2 weeks the kingdom held its breath while the doctors bled him, and on the 6th of November, Prince Henry died. He was 18. London went into a mourning so deep that chroniclers compared it to the grief for a lost golden age. And the crowds that filed past the funeral effigy wept for the reign that would never happen. Walking behind the coffin was a thin, solemn boy of 11 who stammered and who was now heir to 3 kingdoms. Nobody had prepared Charles for this. Nobody had thought to. Everything in his upbringing. The caution, the silence, the wounded pride of the second son, now sat at the head of the table, and the years ahead would add one more ingredient. Charles read his father's books on kingship, and he believed them His father believed them as a shield to hide behind and a card to play. Charles believed them the way a serious, literal, lonely young man believes Scripture. In the father's hands, divine right had been an insurance policy. In the son's, it would become a suicide pact. The reign aged badly around them. The court of King James became famous across Europe for extravagance and scandal, for favourites raised from nowhere to dukedoms, for masques where the scenery cost more than a warship, for a treasury bleeding money, while the king signed away gifts to handsome young men, whose chief qualification was being handsome young men. The last and greatest of these favourites, George Villiers, rose in a decade from minor gentleman to Duke of Buckingham, the most powerful subject in England, running patronage, policy, and eventually the heir himself. For the lonely Prince Charles attached himself to Buckingham with the devotion of a boy who had finally been noticed. Parliament, summoned whenever the money ran out, arrived each time angrier about the waste, the favourites, and the theology, and each session ended worse than the last. James dissolved one parliament after tearing a written protest of its privileges out of the official journal with his own hands. The pattern was set and hardening. The Crown asked for money. The Commons asked for grievances to be heard first. Neither side gave way, and each round taught both sides to trust the other a little less. And beyond the quarrels, almost unnoticed, the kingdom kept leaking people. In the summer of 1620, a small, worn merchant ship called the Mayflower left Plymouth carrying about 100 passengers, many of them religious separatists who had given up on the Church of England entirely, and with it any hope that a Stuart king would let them worship as their consciences demanded. They aimed for the edge of the known world. Off the American coast, before landing, the leading men gathered in the ship's cabin and signed a short agreement to govern themselves by common consent, laws to be made by the body of settlers together, because where they were going, no king's writ effectively ran. They were subjects of King James, sailing under his charter, naming their first settlements for English ports. They were also, without knowing it, rehearsing something. James grew old faster than his years. The drinking thickened. The arthritis crippled his hands. The once sharp tongue wandered. In his last parliaments he watched his son and Buckingham, of all people, whip up war fever against Spain after a failed and faintly ridiculous attempt to woo a Spanish bride for Charles. And the old king, who had kept his kingdoms out of Europe's wars for 2 decades, was too tired to stop them. He had seen enough of where things were drifting to be afraid of it. He had spent his life, he liked to say, keeping the peace, and he told his son plainly that he would live to have his bellyful of parliaments. In March of 1625, James died at his favourite country house, worn out at 58, for all the scandal and the waste. The ledger of his reign held entries no English king had ever matched. 2 crowns carried on one head for 22 years, a frontier pacified, 3 kingdoms at peace, and a 4th society planting itself across an ocean. He had ruled by the arts of the survivor, patience, flattery, delay, retreat, and the arts had worked, and he had never managed to teach a single one of them to his heir. Charles was 24 when they crowned him. He had his father's theory of kingship without his father's instincts. A stammer he had disciplined into cold formality, a best friend running the government, and a bride on the way from Paris, a 15-year-old French princess named Henrietta Maria. She was charming, strong-willed, and Catholic, and her marriage contract guaranteed her a private chapel, her own priests, and the free practice of her faith at the heart of the English court. 20 years after the 5th of November, England had a queen who heard the Mass every day, and a king who saw no reason to explain himself to anyone but God. In the summer of 1635, a tax bill arrived at the house of a gentleman farmer in Buckinghamshire, and the amount demanded was 20 shillings. The gentleman could have paid it with the loose coin in his desk. Instead, he looked at the paper, decided the King of England had no right to send it, and refused. His name was John Hampden, and his 20 shillings were about to become the most expensive small change in English history. How does a great kingdom arrive at a constitutional crisis over pocket money? The road there starts 10 years earlier. At the opening of the new reign, with the new king and his parliaments failing each other in record time, Charles opened his rule with a war against Spain, inherited from the fever he and Buckingham had whipped up, and the war went badly at once. An English expedition against Cadiz collapsed in drunken farce, the soldiers looting wine cellars while the mission fell apart. Parliament, asked to pay for this, responded in the traditional currency of grievances, and aimed them at Buckingham, the favourite who ran everything, and, in their view, ruined everything. Rather than let his friend be impeached, Charles dissolved Parliament. A second Parliament pressed harder. He dissolved that one too, and then, desperate for funds, demanded a forced loan from his subjects without any parliamentary grant at all, and jailed dozens of gentlemen who refused to pay. When a third Parliament met in 1628, it arrived carrying a document called the Petition of Right, a formal restatement of old English principles: no taxation without Parliament's consent, no imprisonment without cause shown. Charles, cornered and broke, gave his assent, and bells rang across London for what men took to be a famous victory of law over prerogative. The celebration was premature. That August, a discontented officer stabbed Buckingham to death in a Portsmouth tavern doorway, and London lit bonfires for the murder of the king's dearest friend. Charles shut himself away and wept, and something in his relationship with his people never recovered. When his third Parliament reassembled and turned its fire on his religious policies and his continued collection of customs duties, the quarrel boiled over. In March of 1629, as the king ordered the session ended, members physically held the speaker down in his chair to pass their final protests, while royal messengers pounded on the locked door. Charles had seen enough. He dissolved Parliament and resolved to govern without one. And he did, for the next 11 years. Legally, he could. That point matters, because the period gets remembered as a tyranny, and its whole character was the opposite of lawlessness. No law required a king to summon Parliament at any interval. Everything Charles did in these years, his lawyers grounded in some statute or precedent, and that was exactly the problem. The personal rule was government by loophole, a decade-long legal argument conducted through the tax rolls, and every clever expedient his ministers unearthed drained a little more meaning from the law they cited. Old feudal fines were revived. Gentlemen were penalized for not taking up knighthoods nobody had wanted for a century. Forest boundaries from the Middle Ages were rediscovered and enforced against landowners whose families had held their acres for generations. And then there was the masterpiece, Ship money was an ancient emergency levy, by which coastal towns, in time of naval danger, could be required to furnish ships or the money to build them. It had always been an emergency measure, and it had always fallen on the coast. Charles's lawyers noticed that nothing in the precedents strictly defined the emergency, or strictly limited the geography, so in 1635 the writs went out to the whole of England, inland counties and all, on the theory that pirates threatened the realm and the whole realm should pay. Then they went out again the next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. An emergency measure had become an annual tax, levied by the king's authority alone, and every thinking person in England could finish the syllogism. If the king could define the emergency, and the emergency justified the tax, then the king could tax at will, forever, and would never need to summon a parliament again. The English constitution would not be abolished. It would simply become unnecessary. That is what John Hampden's 20 shillings were about. And everyone knew it, which is why the government could not let the refusal pass, and why all England watched the case. It came before the 12 judges of the Exchequer Chamber in 1637, argued for weeks on both sides, with immense learning. The Crown's position was blunt beneath its Latin. The king is the sole judge of danger to the realm, and the subject's property yields to the realm's defence. Hampden's lawyers answered with the whole tradition of English law, that what touches all must be consented to by all, and that consent lived in Parliament. The judges found for the king. 7 votes to 5. Charles had won, and the winning cost him more than any defeat of his reign. 5 of his own judges, on his own bench, in a case his government had every means to manage, had ruled against his prerogative, and the country noticed the score. A verdict of 7 to 5 is not a mandate. It is a crack, published under official seal. Gentlemen across England read the arguments in manuscript copies, and ship money, which had come in almost in full during its first years, began to come in slow, and then short, and the sheriffs, charged with collecting it, began writing nervous letters about the tempers of their neighbours. Hampden lost his case and became the most famous private man in England. The Crown won its 20 shillings and lost the argument. Money was only half the decade's quarrel. The other half was God, and here the king's chosen instrument was a small, red-faced, furiously energetic cleric named William Laud, whom Charles raised to Archbishop of Canterbury. Laud looked at the plain, preaching, Calvinist temper of much of the English church and saw slovenly disorder. He wanted reverence, ceremony, order, the beauty of holiness. Altars railed off at the east end of churches, clergy in rich vestments, bowing at the sacred name, stained glass restored, sermons reined in, the prayer book followed to the letter. To Laud and to Charles, who loved order in worship as he loved it in everything. This was decency restored to God's house. To a broad and growing body of English Protestants, the people, their enemies, called Puritans, it looked like the Reformation running in reverse. Every railed altar, every embroidered vestment, every bow toward the east was, to their eyes, a step back down the road to Rome, taken under official compulsion, enforced by church courts that fined, jailed, and mutilated resistors. Pamphleteers who attacked the bishops had their ears cropped in the pillory and their cheeks branded, and the crowds that gathered dipped handkerchiefs in their blood as if at a martyrdom. a gesture this story has seen before and will see again. And above the whole religious quarrel floated the fact of the Queen. Henrietta Maria heard Mass daily in her own chapel at the heart of the court, exactly as her marriage treaty allowed. Courtiers converted. Ambassadors from the Pope came and went. None of it was illegal, and all of it fed the oldest fear in Protestant England. The fear, born on the 5th of November, that popery was patient, and worked from the inside, and stood now very close to the throne. Yet, stand in the year 1637 and look around, and you would not have predicted a catastrophe. The personal rule ran. The kingdom was at peace, while Europe burned in the 30 Years' War. Trade grew. The court glittered. Van Dyck painted the royal family in silk, serene on horseback, and the king's realms had the money and the calm of a well-run estate. Charles believed, with reason, that his system was working, and that time was on his side. What broke it was not England at all. That same year, 1637, the king turned his passion for religious order toward the one kingdom his father had always handled with gloves. Scotland, the poor, proud, fiercely Presbyterian country of his birth, which he had left at the age of 3 and barely seen since, and which had spent a century building a church with no bishop's authority over conscience and no king's hand on its worship. Charles and Laud had prepared a gift for it, a new prayer book, on the English model, imposed on the Scottish Church by royal authority alone, without a Scottish Parliament, without a church assembly, without so much as a courtesy. The books came off the presses in Edinburgh that summer, and the government fixed the date for their first use. Sunday, the 23rd of July, 1637, in the High Kirk of St. Giles, with the judges, the bishops, and the town council, all in attendance to hear the new liturgy read. The crowds began gathering early. The most consequential piece of furniture in British history may be a wooden stool that flew through the air of St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh on the morning of July 23rd, 1637. The Dean had barely begun reading from the new prayer book when the church erupted. Legend gives the moment a name and a face. A market woman called Jenny Geddes, who by the story grabbed the stool she was sitting on and hurled it at the Dean's head, shouting that no man would say Mass at her ear. The record cannot confirm Jenny, and historians have argued for centuries over whether she existed, whether the riot was spontaneous, or whether it was staged in advance by men who knew exactly what was coming. What the record confirms is the riot itself. The service collapsed in screaming, thrown stools, and torn prayer books. The bishop was nearly dragged from his pulpit. The magistrates cleared the church, and the crowd outside stoned the windows and hunted the clergy through the streets. By nightfall, Edinburgh was in open defiance of the King's Book, and the defiance did not burn out. It organized. The speed of the organizing tells you this was never about one Sunday. Within months, the Scottish resistance had drafted a document called the National Covenant, a long, loyally, thunderous oath to defend the true religion of Scotland against every innovation forced on it without the consent of church and nation. In February of 1638, it was laid out on a flat gravestone in the yard of Greyfriars Kirk in Edinburgh, and the signing began, nobles first, then lairds, ministers, merchant, tradesmen. Copies went out to every burgh and parish in the country, and tens of thousands set their names, some weeping, and some, by accounts from the time, signing in their own blood. Within a year, the Covenanters, as they now called themselves, had summoned a church assembly that abolished the king's bishops outright, and Scotland began raising an army, with veteran Scottish officers streaming home from the European wars to lead it. Charles had sent his native kingdom a book. His native kingdom answered with a covenant, a government, and a war. The king chose force, and force required money, and there his whole 11-year system met reality. In 1639, Charles marched north with an army that existed mostly on paper, unpaid county levies who did not know their weapons and did not want the fight. Facing them stood a Scottish army of hardened professionals drilled by veterans of the Continental Wars, singing psalms. The two forces looked at each other across the border, and the king, reading the odds, made a truce without a battle. The next year he tried again, and this time the Scots did not wait. They crossed the River Tweed into England, brushed aside the royal army at Newburn, and occupied Newcastle, seizing the coal fields that heated London's every hearth. Then they did the cleverest thing any army has ever done to a king of England. They stopped, sat down, and presented a bill under the truce terms. England would pay the Scottish army £850 a day, every day, until a final peace was signed. It was occupation as arithmetic. The Scots understood perfectly that Charles could not raise that kind of money by loopholes and ship money writs. Only one institution in England could raise it, the institution he had locked out for 11 years. The Covenanters had, in effect, reached into English politics and forced the king's hand on behalf of every Englishman with a grievance. And the men in London, who had spent a decade waiting, understood the gift precisely. Charles summoned a parliament in the spring of 1640. It met, ignored his war entirely, and began cataloguing 11 years of grievances. Ship money at the head of the list. He dissolved it in 3 weeks, and history filed it away as the Short Parliament. But the Scottish metre was still running, £850 a day, and by November he had no choices left. The writs went out again, and the Parliament that assembled that month would sit, in one form or another, through war, revolution, and regicide, for the next 20 years. It is remembered as the Long Parliament, and it arrived knowing exactly what it held. The king could not pay the Scots without it, could not dissolve it without losing everything, and every member knew it. For the first time in his reign, Charles needed Parliament more than Parliament needed Charles. The bill for 11 years came due in a single winter. The Commons impeached the king's two great instruments, Archbishop Laud, who went to the Tower, and the Earl of Strafford, the king's hardest and ablest minister, the man who had governed Ireland with iron efficiency and who was rumoured to have advised the king that his Irish army might be used to reduce this kingdom to obedience. Which kingdom that sentence meant, Scotland or England, became the most dangerous ambiguity in the land. Strafford's impeachment trial in Westminster Hall began to wobble on exactly that point, the evidence thin, the great minister defending himself with skill, so the Commons dropped the trial and reached for a blunter tool, an act of attainder, a law simply declaring Strafford guilty of treason and sentencing him to death. No verdict required. It needed only the votes of the two houses and the signature of the king. Charles had given Strafford his word, in writing, that he would not suffer in life, honour, or fortune. For days the king agonized while London boiled around him. Crowds of thousands surged at Whitehall's gates, chanting for justice, and names of members who opposed the attainder were posted in the streets as enemies of their country. Bishops offered the king comfortable theology that a monarch has two consciences, public and private, and that the public one might sign what the private one refused. Strafford himself, from the Tower, wrote to release his master from his promise, offering his own life to spare the kingdom. And, on the 10th of May, 1641, Charles signed. Strafford went to Tower Hill 2 days later, before the largest crowd anyone could remember. By some estimates, 100,000. By testimony that survives, he passed beneath Laud's window on the way, and the old archbishop stretched his hands through the bars to bless him and fainted as he passed. When the axe fell, the crowd's roar could be heard across the river, and bonfires burned in celebration through the night. Charles never forgave himself. He said so, repeatedly, for the rest of his life, and on the morning of his own death, he would name the signing of Strafford's attainder as the sin God was punishing. Nothing else he ever did haunted him the same way, and nothing else taught his enemies so much. The lesson London drew, that May was simple and terrible. If you pushed this king hard enough, with a mob at his gates and his family frightened, he would sign anything, even the death of his most loyal servant. The men across the table from him filed the lesson away. The long Parliament kept moving. In quick succession it passed acts sweeping away the whole machinery of the personal rule. Ship money declared illegal. The prerogative courts abolished. A law requiring parliaments at least every 3 years. And another, extracted at the height of the Strafford crisis, providing that this parliament could not be dissolved without its own consent. Charles signed them all. He had no cards, and every signature was another wall of the box being nailed around the crown. And here, in the autumn of 1641, the story stops being a simple tale of a king in retreat, because a strange thing happened. The tide began, slowly, to turn in the king's favour. The Scots were finally paid and marched home. The obvious abuses were dead by statute, and many sober members felt the work was done. What more did the hotter men want? With their talk of abolishing bishops, root and branch, their street crowds, their endless suspicions of the Queen. A royalist party was forming in the very parliament that had broken the king's system, made of men who wanted the old constitution restored and then wanted everyone to go home. Moderation was becoming possible, given one quiet year. It might even have won. England did not get a quiet year. In the first days of November, 1641, ships from Dublin brought news that Ireland had risen, and that the killing had already begun. The pamphlets hit London within days, and the pamphlets were printing an atrocity, woodcut images of Protestant settlers driven naked into the winter, of families drowned wholesale, of massacres in numbers that swelled with every edition. 40,000 dead, 100,000, 200,000. The rising in Ireland was real, and its cruelties were real. In Ulster, in October 1641, dispossessed Irish Catholics had risen against the Protestant settlers planted on their confiscated lands, and in the chaos, prisoners were stripped, marched, and killed. At the bridge of Portadown, around 100 Protestant captives were driven into the River Bann at Pike Point and drowned. and those who swam were shot in the water. Modern historians, sifting the surviving testimony, count the dead of the massacres in the thousands. An appalling number. London that winter believed in the hundreds of thousands, a figure larger than the entire Protestant population of Ireland. And the belief mattered more than the arithmetic. England's oldest fear. The fear that had lived in the national bloodstream since the gunpowder cellar, now had pictures, sworn testimony, and a body count. And every Catholic in the three kingdoms would be paying interest on that winter for 2 centuries. The rumours climbed higher than the pamphlets. The Irish rebel leaders claimed, falsely but brilliantly, to be acting on the king's own commission, and produced a forged document with a royal seal to prove it. Sober men in London did not quite believe that Charles had ordered the massacre of his own Protestant subjects. They found it easier to believe things only slightly smaller, that the Queen's circle had known, that the court's papists were entangled, that the rising was one arm of the great design against Protestant England, and that the king was, at best, the design's blind instrument. Whether any of it was true mattered less than the question that now stood in the middle of English politics like a drawn sword. Ireland had to be reconquered. Everyone agreed on that, with a unanimity that would cost Ireland dearly. Reconquest meant an army, and an army meant a commander, which meant the question nobody could answer: who controls the sword? England was about to split along that question, and both sides of it were reasonable. By every law and precedent of the Constitution, military command belonged to the king, and to strip it from him was revolution, plain and simple, and by the plain logic of recent memory. Handing this particular king an army was madness, for the members had all heard the reports of Strafford's advice about reducing this kingdom, and could all count the ways an army raised for Dublin might find employment at Westminster first. Serious men held each position, men who had spent the past year telling themselves the crisis was ending. Trust, not law, was the thing that had actually broken, and trust was the one commodity no statute could restore. Parliament's radicals, led by the veteran tactician John Pym, chose this moment to force the issue, and they did it with a document. The Grand Remonstrance was a list of every grievance of the reign, more than 200 clauses, from ship money to the bishops to the plots of papists, assembled less as legislation than as an indictment, and aimed as much at the wavering middle of the Commons as at the king. The debate ran past midnight by candlelight, members with their hands on their swords, and the remonstrance passed by 11 votes out of more than 300 cast. 11 votes. A year earlier, the Commons had been nearly unanimous against the personal rule. The middle was splitting, exactly as Pym intended, and exactly as the king now needed. And when the radicals ordered the document printed for the public, the moderates understood the game had changed. Appeals were no longer being made to the king. They were being made to the street. Charles decided the moment had come to answer, and what he chose became the irreversible mistake of his life. His advisers, the Queen, loudest among them, urged him to decapitate the opposition with one legal stroke. Articles of treason were drawn against 5 members of the Commons, Pym at their head, and 1 member of the Lords, charging them with subverting the laws and inviting the Scottish invasion. On the 3rd of January, 1642, the king sent his sergeant-at-arms to Parliament to demand the 5 members. The Commons stalled, and the next afternoon, Charles did the thing no English monarch had ever done, and no English monarch has ever done since. He went himself. He came down from Whitehall with an escort of several hundred armed men, swordsmen, officers, the hard cases of the court, who filled Westminster Hall and packed the stairways, while the king walked into the chamber of the House of Commons with his nephew at his side and his hat in his hand. He was, by every account, dreadfully courteous. The members stood bareheaded and silent as he walked the length of the floor to the Speaker's chair, apologized for the intrusion, and scanned the benches for his 5 men. The benches held everyone else, warned by sympathizers at court, some say by a lady of the Queen's own household. The 5 members had slipped out minutes earlier and dropped downriver by boat into the City of London, whose militia now stood between them and the Crown. Charles asked the Speaker, William Lenthal, where the 5 were, and Lenthal knelt and gave the answer that entered constitutional legend, that he had neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in that place, but as the House was pleased to direct him. It was the first time in English history a Speaker had told a king, to his face, that he served the Commons first. The king stood a moment in the silence. He said, loudly enough for the chamber to hear, that he saw the birds were flown, requested that the members be sent to him, promised he intended no force, and walked back down the floor through a silence that had begun, at the far benches, to growl a single word. Privilege. Privilege. London grasped the size of the failure instantly. The king had brought armed men to arrest members of Parliament in their own chamber, proving every dark suspicion of a decade in one afternoon, and he had come away empty-handed, proving, in the same stroke, that he could no longer enforce his will in his own capital. Tyranny and weakness, demonstrated together, in a single scene, before witnesses. Within days the city was in uproar, the trained bands drilling, chains going up across streets, rumours of armed papists surging with every tide. The 5 members returned to Westminster by barge in triumph, escorted by the city militia and cheering crowds lining the banks. The king was not there to see it. On the 10th of January, 1642, Charles gathered his wife and children and left Whitehall, in the judgment of most around him, for the family's safety. And no one that winter morning, the king least of all, understood what the departure meant. He would not enter London again as a free man. The next time the capital saw him, he would be a prisoner, coming back for a trial. The war took 7 more months to arrive, and it arrived like winter, everywhere and slowly. King and Parliament competed for the machinery of the kingdom piece by piece. The navy, the arsenals, the county militias, each side issuing orders in incompatible legal languages. Parliament summoning the militia by ordinance without royal assent. The king raising troops by ancient commissions of array. Every gentleman in England found the war arriving in his own hallway, in the form of 2 mutually exclusive summonses on the same table. The Queen slipped to the continent with the crown jewels to buy arms. The king moved north and tried to secure the great arsenal at Hull, and the governor shut the gates in his face. The first open act of defiance in arms. Both sides still wrote to each other in the courtly grammar of loyalty. Parliament insisting it fought not against the king but for king and Parliament, against his evil counsellors. A legal fiction that let a rebellion dress as a rescue. The fiction fooled almost no one and comforted almost everyone. Across the ocean, the quarrel arrived by ship, months old and unignorable, and for the first time the English of America had to choose and England to be loyal to Puritan, Massachusetts, peopled by 20 years of refugees from Lord's Church, prayed openly for Parliament, Royal Virginia, tobacco rich and Anglican, held to the king. The line being drawn through the mother country ran straight on across the Atlantic map. The first rehearsal of a division that would someday have a war of its own, on the 22nd of August, 1642, on a hill above Nottingham, in a rising storm, Charles I raised the royal standard, the medieval summons calling all loyal subjects to defend their sovereign against rebels in arms. The heralds read the proclamation. The trumpets sounded, and a few hundred spectators stood in the wind and watched the enormous banner strain against its pole. The turnout was thin, the weather was foul, and that night the storm rose and tore the royal standard down. The men of that age read omens for a living. Nobody needed this one, explained. Among the papers of the Verney family of Buckinghamshire survived the letters of a father and a son, written as England slid into war. And they say more about what this conflict actually was than any battle map ever printed. The father, Sir Edmund Verney, was a courtier in his 50s, a member of Parliament, and a man who agreed with almost everything Parliament had done. He disliked the king's religious policies. He had opposed ship money, and when the war came, he rode to the king's side anyway, and explained the choice to a friend in words that were copied and kept. He had eaten the king's bread and served him near 30 years. He said, and he would not do so base a thing as to forsake him now. His conscience, he admitted, was touched. His loyalty was engaged. So the father carried the royal standard, the same banner the wind tore down at Nottingham, while his eldest son Ralph sat at Westminster and took Parliament's side, and the letters between them never stopped and never healed. Sir Edmund wrote that his heart was broken by the division. He asked only that whatever came, the family's love survive the quarrel. Multiply that household by 100,000, and you have the English Civil War. This was a conflict with no invader to hate and no border to defend. A war fought inside the family of the kingdom, and inside actual families, at a scale England had never experienced, and has never experienced since. Modern estimates suggest that across the 1640s, roughly one adult male in 4 across the 3 kingdoms bore arms at some point, and that England lost a larger share of its population to the wars and their diseases than it would lose in the First World War. Towns changed hands and changed masters. Villages watched their church windows smashed by one side and their horses taken by the other. The words the two sides threw at each other hardened into uniforms. Roundhead for the crop-haired London apprentices who backed Parliament, Cavalier for the swaggering royalist horsemen, and both began as insults and ended as identities. And no one, in that first autumn, knew how to fight. England had been at peace for 2 generations. The last great battle on English soil lay beyond living memory, and the 2 armies that stumbled toward each other in October 1642 were led largely by men who had read about war in books. They met at Edgehill, in Warwickshire, on a Sunday afternoon, and the battle answered its question with a horror neither side expected. The question was whether this would be over by Christmas, settled in one grand collision, the way gentlemen imagined wars were settled. The answer was carnage without decision. The royalist cavalry, led by the king's dashing 22-year-old nephew, Prince Rupert, a veteran of the German wars, shattered the parliamentary horse on both wings, and then galloped clean off the battlefield in pursuit of loot. leaving the royalist infantry to be mauled in their absence. Darkness ended the fighting with both armies broken, frozen, and still in place. And that night a hard frost came down on the wounded where they lay. Perhaps 1,000 or more died. Among them, Sir Edmund Verney, last seen in the thick of the fight around the standard he carried. The banner was taken and retaken. His body was never found, the family kept by its own tradition. Only a severed hand, still gripping, identified by the ring the king had given him, and the ring carried a miniature portrait of Charles I. Ralph Verney sat in Parliament and mourned a father killed by his own cause. Somewhere in the smoke that afternoon stood a 12-year-old boy named Charles, Prince of Wales, close enough to the fighting that he had to be hurried to safety. The war would spend the next decade teaching him lessons his father never learned. And this story will meet him again. Edgehill taught both sides the war would be long, and long wars are won by organization, which meant the advantage began. Slowly, to tilt, count the assets. Parliament held London, the largest city and money market in the kingdom, the navy, the customs revenue, and the industrial southeast. The king held the poorer north and west, the loyalty of much of the old gentry, and, in Rupert, the best cavalry commander in the islands. For 2 years, the war sprawled across the map in sieges and skirmishes, and the king's side, on balance, held its own, and sometimes better. What changed the arithmetic was Scotland. Parliament's negotiators offered the Covenanters, the one currency Scotland valued, a solemn league binding both kingdoms to reform religion, which the Scots read as England going Presbyterian. And in January 1644, a Scottish army of more than 20,000 crossed the border, this time on Parliament's side. The king's northern position began to buckle, and in July, outside York, on a moor called Marston, one of the largest battles ever fought on English soil, settled the north forever. Perhaps 45,000 men fought at Marston Moor, and the evening ended with the royalist army of the north destroyed, Rupert's invincibility broken, and 4,000 royalists dead on the field. Out of that smoke rides the figure this story now has to reckon with. Because at Marston Moor, the parliamentary cavalry that broke Rupert's horsemen was commanded by a member of Parliament from the Fen country, a gentleman farmer in his mid-40s named Oliver Cromwell. Nothing in his first 40 years predicted him. He was a minor landowner from Huntingdon, educated but undistinguished, who had struggled through business reverses, depression, and a searing religious conversion that left him certain, in the marrow of his bones, that God's providence governed every event on earth. He had sat in Parliament without fame. He had never soldiered a day before the war began. Then, given a cavalry troop at the age of 43, he revealed an aptitude for war that has no easy explanation, and his particular genius showed in one detail every observer noticed. All cavalry of the age could charge. Cromwell's cavalry could stop. His troopers broke their opponents, rallied to the trumpet, reformed their ranks, and charged again, under perfect control, while every other horseman in the war, Rupert included, vanished into the smoke-chasing plunder. The discipline came from the recruiting. Cromwell filled his regiments with plain russet-coated men who knew what they fought for and loved what they knew, promoted for godliness and competence rather than birth, welded into units that sang psalms on the march and did not break. When a fellow commander complained that one of his captains was not a gentleman, Cromwell answered in a letter that survives, that he would rather have a plain russet-coated captain that knows what he fights for than that which you call a gentleman and is nothing else. If organisation won wars, then Parliament's whole effort needed what Cromwell's regiments had, and in the winter of 1644–45, over the objections of its own grandees, Parliament built it. The new model army was England's first truly national, professional force, 22,000 men, paid from regular taxation, uniformed in red, promoted by merit, purged of the peers and part-timers who had run the war as a polite stalemate. Royalists laughed at the new nodal, an army of tradesmen and preachers. On the 14th of June, 1645, at Naseby in Northamptonshire, the laughing stopped in about 3 hours. The King's main field army was outnumbered. Rupert's wing repeated its Edgehill gallop into the distance, and Cromwell's disciplined squadrons broke the Royalist horse opposite them, rallied, and turned inward onto the exposed Royalist infantry, which was surrounded and destroyed. The King watched from a hill as his last great army ceased to exist. 5,000 veterans captured along with his entire artillery train. And one thing more, and the one thing more may have hurt him most of all. In the captured royal baggage lay the King's private correspondence. Parliament's leaders read it, understood exactly what they held, and did something no one had ever done to an English king. They published it. The book appeared within weeks under the title The King's Cabinet Opened, the monarch's own letters set in print with editorial commentary. And what the letters showed, in the King's own hand, was Charles negotiating to bring an Irish Catholic army into England, soliciting foreign soldiers, bargaining for Catholic help with promises of toleration, all while publicly professing his devotion to the Protestant religion and the laws. Royalists protested the indecency of reading a gentleman's mail, and the protest changed nothing that mattered. For the war party, the letters were the case proved. For the moderates, the men who had fought 3 years for a negotiated peace with an honest king, the letters were a slower poison. The King's word, the only bridge back to peace, had been published, and the country had read it and found it worthless. By the spring of 1646, the fighting was effectively over. The Royalist strongholds surrendered one by one, and the King, his armies gone, slipped out of Oxford in disguise, a servant's clothes and cropped hair, and rode north to surrender, in a last act of miscalculated cleverness, to the Scots, hoping to split his enemies with his own person as the wedge. The Scots took him, haggled with London for months, and in the end, when the King would not take the Covenant and the money question was settled, handed him over to Parliament and marched home. Even friends of the Scots winced at the optics of a king sold south, and Charles began the strangest chapter of his life, prisoner of his own subjects, moving from house to house in a comfortable, courteous captivity, playing bowls on country lawns, and negotiating. And here the story reaches the part that history simplifies at its peril, because the King in defeat became, for 2 full years, the most dangerous man in England, and he did it without an army. The victors agreed on nothing except that the war should end. Parliament's Presbyterian majority wanted a settled national church, and the army paid off and disbanded. The army, radicalized by victory and unpaid wages, wanted toleration for its congregations and its arrears in cash, and had begun holding formal debates in which common troopers argued with generals about the franchise, the Constitution, and the rights of free-born Englishmen, ideas so far ahead of their century that the transcripts read like drafts of another age. The Scots wanted the Presbyterian settlement they had been promised, and Charles, watching from his captivity, understood his position with perfect clarity. Every faction needed the king's signature to make its settlement legal. He was beaten, and he was indispensable, and so he negotiated with all of them at once, in good faith with none, promising each side incompatible things, spinning out every treaty, waiting for his enemy's alliance to crack. Twice the army lost patience in ways that changed the board. Once, when a junior officer with 500 horsemen simply rode to the country house where Parliament kept the king and took physical custody of him, and once when Charles himself escaped south to the Isle of Wight, into a captivity more remote and, as it proved, more fatal, because from his island castle, in the last days of 1647, Charles finally closed a deal. And the deal was the worst mistake since the 5 members. He signed a secret treaty with commissioners from Scotland, by which a Scottish army would invade England to restore him to power. In exchange for a trial of Presbyterianism in England, the king, who had lost one civil war, had just ordered a second. And when the fighting flared in the summer of 1648, royalist risings in Kent and Essex and Wales, a Scottish army crossing the border, the new model army, put it all down in a matter of months. Cromwell destroying the Scots at Preston in 3 days of running battle in the rain. The Second War was brief, and it transformed everything because of what it did inside the army, to the soldiers and their generals. The meaning of 1648 was not military, but scriptural. They had won the First War, and God had given the verdict. Charles had appealed the verdict in blood, plunged the kingdoms back into fire, and lost again. And the army's prayer meetings that winter arrived at a conclusion that had been unthinkable 2 years before. The man had shed the blood of his people twice. The book of Numbers said that blood defileth the land, and that the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. In their sermons and resolutions, the soldiers gave the king a new name, Charles Stuart, that man of blood, and a man of blood was to be brought. Their resolution said, to an account. Parliament, even now, did not agree. Through the autumn of 1648, its moderate majority kept negotiating with the king on the Isle of Wight, inching toward a treaty that would restore him with conditions. And in early December, the Commons voted, by a clear majority, to continue on exactly that road. The army had asked, formally and repeatedly, that the treaty be abandoned and justice done. Parliament had voted otherwise. On the morning of December 6, 1648, the members, walking up to the Commons, found soldiers on the stairs. A colonel named Thomas Pride stood at the door with a written list, and beside him an officer who knew the members by sight, and as each man arrived, he was checked against the list, admitted, turned away, or arrested. By the end of the purge, some 370 members of the Long Parliament had been excluded or had withdrawn in protest, and around 45 were in custody. What remained, jeered by its enemies as the rump, was a minority of perhaps a fifth of the House, the men the army could work with, and the first great work of this remnant began within the month, an act to erect a high court of justice for the trying of Charles Stuart, King of England, The king's cane had a silver head, and in the first minutes of the trial, the silver head fell off. It happened during the reading of the charge. Charles, seated in the well of Westminster Hall in a black suit, wearing the Star of the Garter, reached out with his cane and tapped the shoulder of the prosecutor, John Cook, who stood beside him reading the indictment. The king wanted the reading stopped. Cook ignored him and read on, and Charles struck the lawyer's shoulder again, hard enough that the ornamental head broke from the cane, dropped, and rolled on the floor of the hall, and then, in front of 2,000 spectators, the anointed King of England, a man who had never in his adult life put on his own shirt, looked around and understood that no one, not one person in that enormous room, was going to pick it up for him. The paws stretched. The king bent down and retrieved it himself. Men who were present recorded the moment in their memoirs decades later, because everyone who saw it understood they had watched the whole revolution happen in miniature, in silence, in 3 seconds. The court that tried him had been built in 3 weeks on legal ground that did not exist. No law of England provided any procedure for trying a king, for the excellent reason that English law held the king to be its source. The Rump had solved the problem by declaration, resolving that the people are, under God, the original of all just power, that the Commons, as the people's representatives, held supreme authority, and that whatever the Commons enacted had the force of law without King or House of Lords. Armed with its own permission, it named a High Court of 135 commissioners. Barely half ever appeared. The Chief Justices of England refused to touch the case, and the presidency fell to an obscure judge named John Bradshaw, who accepted with visible reluctance and thereafter wore, beneath his judicial robes, a hat lined with steel against assassination. The hat survives in an Oxford museum. It tells you what the judges themselves believed about the safety of their work, more honestly than any of their speeches. At the roll call on the first day, the clerk read the name of Lord Fairfax, the army's commander-in-chief, who had kept himself carefully apart from the whole proceeding. From the gallery, a masked lady called out that he had more wit than to be here. Later in the trial, when the prosecution claimed to act in the name of all the good people of England, the same voice cried out again, not half, not a quarter of the people of England. Oliver Cromwell is a traitor. Muskets were levelled at the gallery that time, and the lady was hustled out, and the trial record and later testimony agree on who she was. Lady Anne Fairfax, the wife of the army's own general, shouting treason at her husband's cause from the public seats. The revolution could purge a parliament. It could not purge its own families. The charge accused Charles Stuart of a design to erect an unlimited and tyrannical power, of levying war against the present parliament and the people therein represented, and named him, in its final words, a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and public enemy to the Commonwealth of England. The legal theory underneath was the revolution itself compressed into a sentence. The King of England was not a person but an office, entrusted with a limited power to govern by and according to the laws of the land and not otherwise. And a king who made war on his own people had betrayed the trust and forfeited the office. Treason, in other words, was something a king could commit against his subjects. Charles was asked how he pleaded, and his answer, sustained across 4 days of hearings, turned the trial into the most consequential legal argument in English history. He refused to plead at all, and the man who refused was not the man the court had prepared for. Charles had stammered painfully since childhood, and everyone in the hall knew it. From the first exchange, before this tribunal, with his life at stake, the stammer disappeared. Witnesses, on both sides, recorded it with something like awe. The king spoke fluently, coldly, and with complete composure, and what he said was not a defense, but a demolition. By what lawful authority? He asked. Was he brought there? He saw no House of Lords, which any true parliament required. He saw a power, and there were many unlawful powers in the world. Thieves and robbers by the highways had power. A king could not be tried by any superior jurisdiction on earth, and then he swung the argument outward, past the commissioners, at the country listening beyond the walls. If power without law could make and break the fundamental laws of the land, he said, then no subject in England could be sure of his life, or anything that he called his own. He stood, he insisted, for the liberty of the people of England. For if the sword could try a king today, it could try any freeborn man tomorrow. Sit with the collision for a moment. Because this is the summit the whole story has been climbing since a Scottish tutor first beat the opposite lesson into a boy king. The court said law stood above the king. The king said the law had no meaning without him. And the terrible thing, the thing that makes this trial worth attention 4 centuries later, is that within his own premises, Charles was consistent, and his warning about arbitrary power was not empty. This court had no precedent, no statute, and no majority behind it. And within the court's premises, Bradshaw's answer, delivered at the end in a long, learned, furious judgment, was not empty either. There was a contract between king and people. Protection and allegiance bound each other, and a king who waged war on his own subjects had dissolved the bond himself. 2 complete theories of where power comes from stood in one room, and no judge alive could rule between them. Some questions get settled by argument. This one was settled by which theory had the army. 3 times the court adjourned to hear witnesses it did not legally need. Soldiers and civilians testifying to the king's presence in arms at this battle and that siege, padding the record for a verdict already written. On the 27th of January, 1649, Bradshaw, robed for the occasion in scarlet, pronounced sentence. Charles, who had declined to acknowledge the court, now urgently asked to be heard before the Lords and Commons together. And members of the court itself stirred, and Bradshaw refused. The prisoner had rejected the court, and the court was done with him. As the sentence was read, that the said Charles Stuart, as a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and public enemy, shall be put to death by the severing of his head from his body. Charles tried at last to speak and was silenced. The record preserves his final words in that hall, half swallowed by the noise of the guards. I am not suffered to speak. Expect what justice other people will have. The death warrant carries 59 signatures and seals, and it sits today in the archives of Parliament. Third on the list, in a firm hand, is O. Cromwell. Getting the 59 had taken days of pressure, persuasion, and iron, and stories cluster around the signing. One of them told later by a signatory trying to save his own neck, that Cromwell and a fellow commissioner had flicked ink at each other's faces with their pens as they signed, laughing like schoolboys at the edge of an abyss. Treat the story with the care its source deserves. It survives because it rings true to something witnesses did report. A strain in the room that broke out sideways. In gallows, humour and shaking hands. Among men, doing a thing no one in 1,000 years of the kingdom had done. And doing it in the certain knowledge that if the wheel ever turned, that page of signatures was their own death warrant. They gave the king 3 days. And the 3 days produced the scenes England could never afterward forget. Charles was lodged at St. James's Palace, away from the noise of the scaffold being hammered together at Whitehall. And there, on the 29th of January, he was allowed a last meeting with the 2 of his children, still in parliamentary hands, the Princess Elizabeth, 13 years old, and Henry, Duke of Gloucester, 8. The princess wrote an account of the meeting that survives in her own words. Her father took Henry on his knee and told him, "Sweetheart, now they will cut off thy father's head. Mark, child, what I say. They will cut off my head, and perhaps make thee a king. But thou must not be a king so long as thy brothers, Charles and James, do live." And the boy, 8 years old, answered, "I will be torn in pieces first." The king wept, then, by his daughter's account, and divided his few remaining jewels between them, and told Elizabeth to tell her mother that his thoughts had never strayed from her, and that his love would be the same to the last. That night, the king burned his papers. He slept. His attendant recorded, "Soundly, he woke before dawn on the 30th of January and asked for the second shirt." In the workshops of the Tower of London, in the months after the execution, craftsmen carried out an order unlike any in English history. They took the crown of St. Edward, the ancient coronation crown of England, the circle of gold that had been set on royal heads since the Middle Ages, and they broke it. The gold went into the furnace and came out as coin. The jewels were pried loose, valued, and sold. The official inventory survives, with its dry notation beside the regalia, and the entry reads like a death certificate for 1,000 years of kingship, totally broken and defaced. The men who ordered the melting were making an argument in metal. Within weeks of the king's death, the Rump Parliament passed acts abolishing the office of king itself, declaring it unnecessary, burdensome, and dangerous to the liberty, safety, and public interest of the people, and abolishing the House of Lords for good measure. England was now a commonwealth, a republic, the first and only one in its history, and the new state understood that symbols carry weight. A crown in a vault is a restoration waiting to happen. A crown melted into shillings is a sentence with a period at the end. So the regalia went into the fire, the royal statues came down, and the king's art collection, the finest in Europe, was catalogued and sold off to the courts of the continent. There was one small problem, and the whole decade lives inside it. You can melt a crown. The question the crown answered does not melt. Who rules? By what right? And who says so? England was about to spend 11 years discovering that it had killed the answer without killing the question. The Republic's first business was survival, and survival meant Ireland. The island had been in arms since the rising of 1641, and it now stood as royalist ground, a base from which the dead king's son might launch his return. In August 1649, Cromwell landed at Dublin with the new model army and a conviction, documented in his own letters. that he was the instrument of God's judgment on a people soaked in Protestant blood, what followed made his name a curse in Ireland that has not lifted in nearly 4 centuries. At Drogheda in September, after the garrison refused a summons to surrender, his troops stormed the walls and killed close to 3,000 men, along with priests and an uncounted number of civilians. And Cromwell wrote home that this was a righteous judgment of God upon these barbarous wretches. At Wexford, the following month, the storm ran out of control while surrender talks were still underway, and the town was sacked, with some 2,000 soldiers and townspeople killed. Historians still argue the numbers and the laws of war of that century, and this story reports the argument rather than settling it. What is beyond argument is the design that followed the guns. Over the next years, the conquest hardened into confiscation on a scale Europe had rarely seen. Catholic landowners dispossessed wholesale and transplanted west, their acres paid out to the army's creditors and veterans. By the time the process ran its course, Catholic Ireland, which had held most of the island's land within living memory, held a fraction of it. The Republic, born from a speech about liberty, had, in its first year, written the deepest grievance in Irish history. Scotland came next, and Scotland was a stranger case, because Scotland was Stuart ground. 6 days after the execution, the Scots had proclaimed the dead king's son as Charles II, King of Great Britain, and the young man himself, 18 years old and in exile in Holland, learned what the proclamation would cost him. The Covenanters required their king to sign the covenant, to disown his father's policies, his mother's religion, and his own friends. Charles signed it all, gagging, and the Scots watched him gag and preached at him harder. And out of the mutual loathing came an army. Cromwell crossed the border in 1650, was outmanoeuvred for weeks, and then at Dunbar in September, trapped against the sea and outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. He attacked at dawn and destroyed the Scottish army in an hour. A year later to the day came the last act. Charles and a Scottish royalist army marched desperately into England, hoping the country would rise for the son as it had never quite risen for the father. The country stayed home. Cromwell caught the invasion at Worcester on the 3rd of September, 1651, surrounded it with twice its numbers, and annihilated it in the streets. And then, for 6 weeks, the story becomes an adventure novel that happens to be true. Charles II, 21 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, in a nation where 6 feet was a giant, with a price of £1,000 on his head and his description posted on every road, vanished. He cut his hair, stained his skin, and walked out of the catastrophe in a labourer's clothes, passed from hand to hand along a chain of Catholic households, the persecuted families of the old faith, who had kept hidden rooms for hunted priests for 2 generations and now hid a hunted king in them for 1 full day, while a search party worked the woods below. He sat in the crown of a great oak at Boscobel with a fugitive officer, dozing on the officer's arm, and watched the soldiers through the leaves. He slept in priest holes, rode disguised as a servant with a royalist lady on the saddle before him, was recognized by an innkeeper who silently gripped his hand and said nothing, stood in a kitchen while a cook cuffed him for not knowing how to wind a roasting jack, and finally, at Shoreham on the Sussex coast, boarded a coal brig and crossed to France. 6 weeks, dozens of people in on the secret, £1,000 waiting for a single whisper, and not one soul betrayed him. He told the story for the rest of his life, to anyone who would listen, and many who had heard it twice. And the oak became a national icon. And to this day the Royal Oak remains one of the commonest pub names in England. England in 1651 would not rise for the Stuarts. England would not sell them either. Hold on to that, young man, because the next 9 years of English history are best measured through his eyes. From a series of shabby rooms on the continent, he was a king with no kingdom, a court with no money, a household of exiles, pawning plate and dodging landlords, while the thrones of Europe found him inconvenient to know. And what he watched from those rooms, year after year, was his enemy, trying to solve the problem his family had died on, and failing at it in a new way. Every other winter, he watched the rump sit on, self-perpetuating and unloved, until Cromwell's patience snapped in April 1653, and the general came down to the house with a file of musketeers, listened for a time, then rose and told the members they had sat too long for any good they had been doing. In the name of God, go. The soldiers cleared the chamber. The speaker was plucked from his chair, and Cromwell pointed at the ceremonial mace, the symbol of Parliament's authority, and asked, "What shall we do with this bauble?" "Take it away." 11 years earlier, a king had entered the Commons with armed men to seize its members, and failed, and the failure had cost him everything. Now the Commons was emptied at musket point by its own general, and nobody stirred. Not a dog barked, Cromwell noted afterward. The exiles read the reports and understood the lesson as well as anyone in England. Parliament's authority against the king had rested, all along, on the army, against the army. It had none. He watched the Republic redraft itself in search of a legitimacy it could feel, an assembly of the godly that dissolved itself within months. Then a written constitution, the first in English history, making Cromwell Lord Protector, with a council and elected parliaments. Then, when the parliaments quarrelled and a royalist rising flickered, a spell of direct military rule, the country carved into districts under major generals, a regime of piety and surveillance that suppressed horse racing and alehouses and theatre, and became the folk memory England kept of the whole era. The Christmas that was cancelled, the maypoles cut down, the joyless Sundays enforced by troopers. Every experiment ran a year or two and sagged, because every experiment circled the same hole. The Protector ruled like a king, was addressed by foreign courts like a king, and refused to become one. That refusal came in 1657, and it was the strangest turn of the whole decade. Parliament formally offered Cromwell the crown. Take the title, the lawyers argued, and everything becomes known, bounded, legal again. For English law had 1,000 years of experience limiting kings, and none at all limiting Lord Protectors. Cromwell wrestled with the offer for 6 weeks, in prayers and long, circling speeches that survive and still defy summary, while his old comrades in the army let him know they had not pulled down one throne to build another. In the end, the man's bedrock decided it. God's providence had spoken against the title at Naseby and Worcester, and he would not. He said, "Build Jericho again." He refused the crown. Then he was reinstalled as Lord Protector in Westminster Hall, seated in the coronation chair, carried over from Westminster Abbey for the ceremony, robed in purple lined with ermine, girt with a sword of state, holding a sceptre of gold, everything of a coronation except the crown itself and the anointing. He named his own successor. The regicide had backed to within 1 inch of the throne and stopped, held there by his conscience, his soldiers, and his God. And the inch made all the difference, because a crown is a machine for transferring power, and a conscience is not transferable. On the 3rd of September, 1658, the anniversary of Dunbar and of Worcester, his providential day, Oliver Cromwell died in his bed at Whitehall of a fever, during the worst storm in living memory, a gale that tore roofs off across England and which royalists ever after called the devil coming for his own. He was given a funeral grander than most kings, modelled on the obsequies of monarchs, with an effigy displayed in state, wearing a crown at last. When the man inside could no longer refuse it, everything he had held together came apart in 18 months. His son Richard succeeded as protector. Deschamps, unassuming country gentleman whom the army did not fear and therefore did not obey, and within 9 months the officers forced his resignation. The rump was recalled, expelled again, recalled again. Generals manoeuvred against generals. Taxes went uncollected. London apprentices rioted for a free parliament. And sober men began to say out loud what would have been sedition a year before, that the country was ungovernable on any basis now in sight, and that everyone knew the one basis that was not in sight. The Republic had answered the question of tyranny and never answered the question of succession. And a state that cannot say who rules next is not a state. It is an interval. Through that winter of 1659, all eyes turned north, to Scotland, where the strongest and best paid army in the 3 nations stood under the command of General George Monk, a squat, silent, cautious professional soldier who had fought for the king in his youth, served the protectorate faithfully, and now answered every letter from every faction with courteous, impenetrable nothing. In the last days of the year, Monk crossed the River Tweed and began marching south through the January cold, declaring at every stage that he sought only the freedom of Parliament, and refusing, mile after mile, town after town, to say the one word every man in England was listening for, and, in a threadbare exile court in the Spanish Netherlands, a tall, dark man of 29 received the reports from England, read them twice, and sent for pen and paper. In the spring of 1661, the Royal Goldsmith of England received the strangest commission in the history of his trade. Build a crown, not repair one, not resize one. Build the crown of England. From nothing, because the old one no longer existed. The furnaces of the Republic had seen to that, so new gold was weighed out, over 4 pounds of it, and shaped into a new St. Edward's crown, modelled from memory and record on the one that had been melted, and that replacement forged because a republic had destroyed the original, is the crown of England still. It sits today behind glass in the Tower of London, and it was set on the head of King Charles III at the coronation of 2023. Every monarch England has crowned since 1661 has worn, in the most literal sense, a restoration. Here is how it came to be needed. Monk reached London in February 1660 and played his hand with a card-sharp's timing. He restored to Parliament the members purged by Colonel Pride 11 years earlier, the moderate majority excluded at musket point on the road to the King's trial, and that restored House did exactly what everyone knew it would do. It dissolved itself and called free elections, the first in 20 years. The country's answer came back roaring. The new parliament was overwhelmingly royalist, and the returning tide met a document waiting for it. Drafted, with a subtlety the Stuarts had rarely shown before, from the town of Breda in Holland, Charles issued a declaration that offered England precisely what 11 years of chaos had taught it to want: a free and general pardon for all crimes of the late Troubles, excepting only those Parliament itself should accept, liberty to tender consciences in matters of religion, to be settled by Parliament, soldiers' back pay honoured in full, disputed land sales referred to Parliament, nothing about revenge, nothing about divine right, nothing, in fact, that made any claim at all, only concessions, and every thorny question laid gently in Parliament's lap. The exile had learned the family trade at last, the art his grandfather had lived by, and his father had died without, of asking for less in order to receive everything. On the 1st of May, 1660, Parliament voted that the government of England was, and ought to be, by King, Lords, and Commons, and the Commonwealth simply ceased, voted out of existence by the assembly that embodied it. Charles landed at Dover on the 25th of May and entered London on the 29th, his 30th birthday, and the city gave him a day that no one who saw it ever managed to describe without reaching for superlatives. The procession took 7 hours to pass. 20,000 horse and foot escorted him. The streets were strewn with flowers and hung with tapestries. The fountains ran with wine, and the noise of bells, trumpets, and crowds packed from pavement to rooftop struck observers as a single continuous roar. The diarist, John Evelyn, stood in the Strand and watched it pass and wrote down what half the nation was feeling, that all this was done without one drop of blood, and by that very army which rebelled against him. Charles, surveying the delirium with the dry wit that would become his signature, remarked that it was surely his own fault he had stayed away so long, since everyone he met assured him they had always longed for his return. But the procession's route ran down Whitehall, and down Whitehall stands the banqueting house, and Charles II did not need the building pointed out to him. He rode in triumph past the window his father had stepped through onto the scaffold 11 years and 4 months earlier. Thousands cheering him along that stretch of road had stood in the same street on that January morning and heard the groan. No record tells us where the new king looked as he passed. The record only tells us he never afterward liked the building, and that the great anniversary of his life, celebrated by law every year with bonfires, was set on the day of his return, his birthday, the 29th of May, as if the calendar itself could be taught to remember the joy and skip the grief. The terms of the peace were generosity itself, and the exceptions to the generosity were exact. The Act of Indemnity and Oblivion pardoned the nation wholesale, wiping out the crimes and confiscations of 2 decades, to the disgust of returning cavaliers who had lost fortunes for the crown and now watched their enemies keep the winnings. Charles took the grumbling with a shrug that became policy. The act, men joked, meant indemnity for his enemies and oblivion for his friends, and the king let the joke stand, because the joke was the price of a quiet kingdom. The full weight of the law fell only on the regicides, the men who had signed the death warrant or managed the execution. Around a dozen were put to death as traitors in October 1660, dying, most of them, with a composure that unsettled the crowds they died before. Samuel Pepys, a young Navy clerk whose diary was about to become the age's unblinking eye, strolled to Charing Cross to see one of them die, and recorded the scene in the tone of a man reviewing a play. Thus it was my chance, he wrote, to see the king beheaded at Whitehall, and to see the first blood shed in revenge for the blood of the king at Charing Cross. He then went out, he tells us, and had oysters for the dead. The new order prepared a different theatre. On the 30th of January, 1661, the 12th anniversary of the late king's execution, to the day, the bodies of Oliver Cromwell and 2 fellow regicides were taken from their tombs in Westminster Abbey, dragged on sledges through the streets to Tyburn, and hanged in their shrouds on the public gallows before an enormous crowd. At sundown, the corpses were taken down and beheaded. The bodies tumbled into a pit beneath the gallows, and the 3 heads mounted on iron spikes above Westminster Hall, the very building where Cromwell had sat in judgment on his king, the very roofline under which he had been installed as Lord Protector. And there the heads stayed, weathering, year after year, for more than 20 years, until, by the story that came down, a storm finally blew Cromwell's down. It then passed through private hands, a curiosity, an heirloom, a sideshow exhibit, for nearly 3 centuries, until in 1960 it was quietly buried in the chapel of his old Cambridge college, at a spot marked but not precisely disclosed, to discourage both vandals and pilgrims. England, which does not forget, had taken 300 years to decide. It was done with the argument, and even then it kept the grave's exact location to itself. The king who presided over this settlement was the most unlikely monarch the dynasty ever produced, and the mismatch between the man and his family's history is the key to his entire reign. Charles II was tall, black-haired, sardonic, and physically restless. A walker, a tennis player, a sailor, surrounded by spaniels and mistresses and wits. His grandfather had written books proving kings answered only to God. His father had died rather than concede the point. Charles had watched the death of that certainty from closer range than any man alive. A 12-year-old under fire at Edgehill, a teenage exile begging the courts of Europe for his father's life, a fugitive hiding in an oak tree while troopers beat the woods below, a king in his 20s kept as a shabby pensioner in foreign palaces, snubbed by chancellors, spied on by everyone. The education had burned something out of him, and burned something in. Out went the theology of kingship, the lectures, the sacred stubbornness. In came a single, private, unshakable resolution, which he stated more than once, and which explains nearly every decision of his 25 years on the throne. Whatever else happened, he was resolved never to go on his travels again. His father had treated the crown as a trust from God, to be defended to the death. Charles treated it as a possession regained, to be kept by wit, patience, charm, retreat. Whatever the day required, he would bend on almost anything, sign almost anything, smile at almost anyone. Beneath the ease, courtiers who watched him closely noted the same thing again and again, that no one knew what the king actually thought, and that the most approachable monarch in Europe was also the most opaque. For a few years, it looked like enough. The theatres reopened, and for the first time in England, women stepped onto the public stage. Among them, a quick, funny orange seller named Nell Gwynn, who would rise from the pit to the king's own bed and lodge herself permanently in England's affections. The Royal Society received its charter, and the king peered through telescopes and kept a laboratory. Patron of an age that was learning to weigh the air, the court glittered and misbehaved. The town gossiped and forgave. The maypoles went back up. Christmas came back, and the whole grey decade of the major generals dissolved into a national exhale. Two shadows crossed the sunshine, and both were shaped like the future. The first was money and war. The restored crown was structurally poor, dependent on parliamentary grants that never stretched, and the kingdom's commercial rivalry with the Dutch was sliding toward a naval war that would end in 1667 with the ultimate national humiliation, a Dutch fleet sailing up the Medway, burning the English fleet at its moorings, and towing away the flagship, the Royal Charles itself, the very vessel that had carried the king home from exile, while London listened to the enemy's guns. The second shadow was quieter and would prove infinitely larger. The new queen, Catherine of Braganza, a small, devout Portuguese princess whom Charles treated with a courtesy that survived his infidelities, suffered miscarriage after miscarriage, and no heir came. The king's dozen and more illegitimate children, dukes and beauties scattered across the peerage, proved his body was not the problem, and proved nothing else useful, which meant the heir presumptive to the crowns of England, Scotland, and Ireland was the king's younger brother James, Duke of York, the Lord High Admiral, a brave, rigid, humorless man who did everything the hard way. And, in the mid-1660s, those who watched the court closely began to notice something about the Duke of York. In the small signals 17th century, England was trained from childhood to read which royal chapel services he attended, which he found reasons to miss. Nothing was said. At first, it was only a feeling, a flicker at the edge of the national eye. In those years, when London had other things to fear, for the city was about to endure 2 years, unlike any in its history, and the first horseman was already inside the gates, in the poor parishes outside the western walls. In the spring of 1665, the searchers of the dead began reporting a familiar word to the clerks who compiled the weekly bills of mortality, and the word began to climb. Every week in London, a printed sheet went on sale that told the city how it was dying, the bills of mortality, compiled parish by parish from the reports of the searchers. Old women paid to view corpses and name a cause, listed every burial in the capital under its heading, aged, dropsy, teeth, and one column that Londoners had learned to check first, the way a later age would check a stock ticker. In the last week of April, 1665, the plague column recorded 2 deaths. By June, it was in the hundreds. In the 3rd week of September, the printed number was 7,165. In 1 week, and everyone in London knew the real figure was higher, because the searchers could be bribed, and dissenters went uncounted, and whole households died with no one left to report them. This was bubonic plague, the old killer of the Middle Ages, back for its last and worst visit to England, and the city it struck was defenceless in ways that made the sickness crueler. The medicine of the day blamed poisoned air, and fought it with bonfires in the streets and pipes of tobacco, and children were made to smoke, on the theory it would shield them. The public health machinery had exactly one real tool, and the tool was a horror. When plague entered a house, The house was shut up, the sick and the healthy, sealed inside together. A red cross painted on the door, with the words, "Lord, have mercy upon us," and a watchman posted outside to keep the living in with the dying. Families begged, bribed, and broke out through windows. And every night, the carts came through the emptying streets with their bells and their cry, "Bring out your dead," rolling toward the great pits dug at the edges of the parishes. Because the churchyards had filled by midsummer, the rich left. That has to be recorded plainly. Because the city recorded it bitterly, the court removed to the countryside, and the lawyers went, and the doctors went, and most of the clergy went, and the roads out of London jammed with coaches whose owners waved certificates of health at terrified villages that did not want them. London's poor could not leave, and it was the poor who died, in the tens of thousands, through the hottest summer in memory. The grass, witnesses wrote, grew in the courtyards of Whitehall. The river fell silent. A man could walk down a main street at noon and meet no one. The eyes this story borrows for these months belong to Samuel Pepys, the plump, tireless, curious Navy official who stayed in town when his betters fled, kept the fleet supplied through the epidemic, and wrote it all down in shorthand. The greatest eyewitness diary in the English language. Pepys buried his wine and his papers, sent his wife to the country, made his will, and kept working, and kept noticing the empty streets, the bodies, the day he impulsively bought a fashionable wig and then worried whether the hair might have come from the head of a plague victim, and the strange, guilty vitality he admits on his own pages, confessing that the terrible season had been, for him professionally, among the best of his life, and asking God's forgiveness for thriving in a charnel house. A great city's catastrophe, seen honestly, one man at a time, the epidemic killed, by the official count, 68,596 Londoners. Serious estimates then and now put the true figure near 100,000, roughly one Londoner in 4. In 18 months, it remains, in proportion, the deadliest single disaster in the history of the city. And then, while the burials were still running above normal, the second horseman arrived, and this one came at night. It began in the small hours of Sunday, the 2nd of September, 1666, in a bakery on Pudding Lane, a narrow street of timber houses near the Tower, a bakehouse that held contracts to supply biscuit to the King's Navy. The household woke to smoke around 1 in the morning and escaped over the rooftops, all but a maidservant, too frightened to climb, who became the fire's first victim. Neighbours formed bucket chains. The Lord Mayor of London was fetched from his bed to view the blaze and authorise demolitions, the one proven method of stopping a city fire, tearing down houses ahead of it to starve it of fuel. He looked at the burning lane, worried aloud about who would pay for the demolished property, delivered the assessment that history has never let him escape, that a woman might piss it out, and went back to bed. The wind that night blew hard from the east, and it did not stop for 3 days. What followed was a firestorm, the kind that makes its own weather. London's streets were medieval, so narrow in places that the overhanging upper stories of facing houses nearly touched, and the city was built of timber and tar and thatch, warehoused to the roofs with oil, pitch, brandy, tallow, hemp, and coal, all of it bone dry after a long drought summer. The fire moved west, with the wind faster than men could pull houses down, leaping streets, igniting buildings ahead of itself by sheer radiated heat. Pepys climbed the Tower of London at first light, saw the scale of it, took a boat upriver through a rain of fire drops, and did the most useful thing anyone did that morning. He went to Whitehall and told the king. Charles ordered demolitions without regard to cost, and when the city's efforts kept failing, the Crown took over the firefight directly, and the royal brothers went into the streets themselves. For once in this long story, the House of Stuart had the right men in the right place. Charles and James both had physical courage to burn, and for the better part of 3 days they spent it in the fire lines. James, Duke of York, ran the operations from horseback around the perimeter, organizing gentlemen and soldiers into fire posts, hauling people from buildings by his own hand, by several accounts, working, one letter, records, from 5 in the morning until nearly midnight. The king was repeatedly seen in the thick of it, passing buckets in the chain, spading earth on embers, standing ankle deep in water and filth, throwing gold coins to keep exhausted work crews at their stations. A court newsletter recorded plainly that the city's preservation owed much to the two of them. London, which had cheered this family home 6 years earlier, and had been learning to grumble at its bills and its mistresses ever since, watched the King of England shoveling ash like a labourer, and remembered it. They could slow the fire. Nothing could stop it while the gale held. On the 3rd day it took the heart of everything: the Guildhall, the Royal Exchange, and at last St. Paul's Cathedral itself, the great medieval church on the city's highest hill, sheathed that week, by miserable chance, in wooden scaffolding for repairs. The scaffolding caught. Then the roof, and witnesses watched the sheet lead of that enormous roof, acres of it, melt and pour down the streets of the hill in glowing streams, while the stones of the cathedral, one wrote, flew like grenades. The booksellers of the surrounding streets had stacked their entire stock in the cathedral crypt for safety. It burned to powder. The whole literary inventory of England's capital. In a night, on Wednesday, the wind dropped, and the demolition gaps finally held, and the great fire of London died out along a blackened line that took in most of the old walled city. The ledger of it defied belief then, and reads no easier now. 13,200 houses destroyed, 87 parish churches. The cathedral, perhaps 70,000 of the 80,000 residents of the city proper made homeless, encamped in the fields around London, in shanties and tents, through the following winter. And against all of that, the recorded death toll stood in single digits, a number historians treat with suspicion, since the poor left no records, but astonishing in any accounting. London had been unmade in 4 days. With almost everyone still alive to see it, someone had to be to blame. The fire was barely out before the rumours hardened into certainty. It was arson. It was the French. It was, above all, the Catholics, the eternal enemy within, firing the Protestant capital as the opening move of the Great Design. Mobs in the burning days had already beaten foreigners in the streets. Now a French watchmaker, a man feeble in body and disordered in mind, confessed to starting the fire, kept changing every detail of his story, and was hanged at Tyburn on the strength of a confession nobody responsible actually believed, the presiding judge included. It later emerged, from the testimony of a ship's captain, that the man had still been at sea when the fire began. The judicial killing of one broken foreigner was not enough to carry the weight of the city's fury. So the fury was carved in stone instead. When the city raised its towering commemorative column near Pudding Lane, an inscription was added to the base, blaming the burning of this Protestant city on the treachery and malice of the Popish faction. The lie stood there, chiselled in public marble, refreshed and recut, until 1831, when it was finally erased. Generations of Londoners grew up reading it, and the fear it fed was about to be handed a target vastly bigger than a French watchmaker. Because the rebuilding years carried a private conversion inside them, the city rose again in brick and stone under new building codes. And in time, the new St. Paul's, Christopher Wren's dome, the masterpiece of English architecture, all of it paid for in part by a tax on coal, and in those same years, the man who had commanded the fire posts, the king's brother and heir, James, Duke of York, the hero of the September streets, completed a journey he had been making quietly for years, and became, in his heart and then in his practice, a Roman Catholic. He was not yet ready to say so aloud. But the ocean crossing this story made in the last chapter now comes due, because 2 years before the fire, in 1664, the king had given his brother a present on the far side of the Atlantic. An English fleet had sailed into the harbour of the Dutch colony of New Amsterdam, trained its guns on a town of about 1,500 people, and taken it without firing a shot. The colony was renamed for its new proprietor, the Duke of York, New York. The name of the man on the horse at the fire lines is the name on the largest city in America. And the gift came with a business attached. James was governor of the Royal African Company, the crown-chartered monopoly that shipped enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. And under his governorship, the company transported tens of thousands of men, women, and children, many branded on the chest with the company's initials or, by some accounts, with the letters D.Y. for Duke of York. Both facts are true at once, and this story will not choose between them. The future King of England was the most energetic firefighter London ever had, and the largest slave trading enterprise in the English world answered to him, and the city that bears his name was woven into that Atlantic system from its first English decade. In England, none of that was the scandal. In England, the scandal was the mass. The most watched empty seat in England was a chair in the Royal Chapel at Easter, 1673, and the man who should have been sitting in it was the heir to the throne. 17th century England read religion the way traders read markets, in small, public signals, and no signal was smaller or louder than this one. At Easter, by law and custom, the great men of the kingdom took the sacrament of the Church of England, publicly, visibly, as the annual proof of conformity. That spring, James, Duke of York, Lord High Admiral of England, hero of the fire, victor of naval battles against the Dutch, did not appear at the rail. He had been missing from chapel with increasing frequency for 2 years, and the court had whispered, and now the whisper had a date and a witness list. The heir presumptive of 3 Protestant kingdoms would not take the Protestant sacrament. Parliament, that same season, forced the question into the open with a law. The Test Act of 1673 required every holder of civil or military office under the Crown to receive the Anglican sacrament and to declare formally against the Catholic doctrine of the Mass. It was a filter, designed to strain Catholics out of public life, and everyone understood which Catholic it was really aimed at. That summer, rather than take the test, the Duke of York resigned as Lord High Admiral. No announcement was made. None was needed. The resignation was the announcement, the loudest silent confession in English history. The sailor prince laid down the one royal duty he loved rather than deny the Mass. And before the year was out, England learned the second half. James, a widower, remarried, and his chosen bride was Mary of Modena, an Italian princess of 15, convent-raised, and Catholic. Parliament petitioned against the marriage. It stood anyway. The heir to the throne was now a declared Catholic with a young Catholic wife, and every Protestant in England could do the dynastic arithmetic in his head. The king had no legitimate child. The crown would pass to James, and if the new duchess bore James a son, the son would be raised Catholic, and the crown would not be passing through a Catholic interlude. It would be turning Catholic. Permanently. Hold that arithmetic beside everything this story has planted. The gunpowder cellar, the Irish pamphlets, the lie carved on the fire monument, and watch what England did with it. Because the next act is one of the ugliest in the national history. And it began with a liar. His name was Titus Oates, and by the time he stepped onto the public stage in 1678 he had already been, in sequence, an expelled schoolboy, a perjurer, a naval chaplain dismissed from the fleet, and a fake convert who had talked his way into Catholic seminaries abroad and been thrown out of 2 of them. He was, by every surviving description, a grotesque figure with a bull neck and an enormous chin, and a genuine dark genius for circumstantial invention. In the autumn of 1678, Oates swore before a London magistrate a narrative that grew with every telling, that he had penetrated the councils of the Jesuits, and that a vast Catholic design was in motion to assassinate King Charles and hand England to Rome. It was fiction, top to bottom. Modern historians do not debate the point, and the sharper minds of the time saw through it almost at once. The king first among them, who caught Oates in flat contradictions at the council board. But 2 accidents, in quick succession, welded the lie into a national certainty. First, investigators searching the papers of a former secretary in the Duchess of York's household found real letters to the confessor of the King of France, full of overheated schemes for the conversion of England. The schemes had come to nothing, but the letters existed, saying what they said, and they seemed to prove that where Oates pointed, fire smouldered. Second, the London magistrate who had taken Oates's original deposition, Sir Edmund Berry, Godfrey, vanished from his home in October and was found days later in a ditch, strangled and run through with his own sword. The murder has never been solved. Not then, not since. And the mystery was the poison. Protestant London instantly knew the answer, without needing evidence. The Papists had silenced the magistrate. Godfrey became a martyr overnight. His funeral, a mass demonstration, and the panic slipped every restraint of law and reason. What followed is remembered as the Popish plot, and it deserves to be remembered as what it was: a machine for judicial murder running on perjured testimony and public fear. More than 20 innocent men were executed over roughly 3 years, priests dying for the crime of their ordination. An aged Catholic peer, condemned by his fellow lords on testimony that contradicted itself. And at the last, in 1681, the Catholic Archbishop of Armagh, dragged from Ireland to London for a trial whose verdict was arranged in advance. The final Catholic martyr to die at Tyburn. Oates was lodged in Whitehall with a state pension, styling himself the saviour of the nation, while juries convicted on his word and the words of the imitators who sprang up around him. A whole cottage industry of informers discovering that plot testimony paid. The king, who disbelieved the plot from the first day, signed the death warrants anyway, year after year, and his private arithmetic is not hard to reconstruct. The fury had to burn through somebody, and if it did not burn through these men, it would burn toward the throne, toward his brother, toward the succession itself. Charles chose the victims over the crisis. It is the coldest entry in his ledger, and he made it with his eyes open, because the crisis came anyway, aimed exactly where the king feared. If the plot was real, argued the parliamentary opposition, then the root of all danger was a Catholic heir, and the remedy was surgical. Remove James from the succession by Act of Parliament. The proposal was called exclusion, and the battle over it consumed English politics for 3 years and 3 parliaments. And in the heat of that battle, England invented something it has never since been without. The two sides organized, nationally, with clubs, slogan, coordinated candidates, and pamphlet artillery, the first true political parties in the English-speaking world, and the names they threw at each other stuck. The exclusionists were smeared as Whigs, a name for Scottish outlaw cattle drivers. The Court Party was smeared as Tories, a name for Irish Catholic bandits. 2 insults, traded in a London street fight over a Catholic heir, became the axis of British politics for the next century and a half, and underneath the party labels stood the true question, the one this dynasty could never stop asking in new forms. Was the crown of England a possession that descended by divine, unbreakable blood, right, or a public office the nation, through Parliament, could regulate like any other? Exclusion was the trial of Charles I being argued again, this time with ballots and pamphlets instead of pikes, and everyone old enough to remember knew it. Charles II fought the exclusion campaign with every instrument his father had lacked: patience, guile, money, and an exquisite sense of timing, and he won it without calling a single soldier. He dissolved Parliament after Parliament before the bill could pass the Lords. He moved the final Parliament of his reign to Royalist Oxford, away from the London mobs. And when the Commons convened there in 1681 and reached again for exclusion, he ended the session with a piece of theatre his grandfather would have applauded, arriving in a sedan chair with his coronation robes hidden in a second chair behind, robing without warning, and dissolving Parliament on the spot before the opposition could draw breath. He never summoned another. For the last 4 years of his reign, flush with a secret subsidy from his cousin Louis XIV of France, money he concealed, even from his own ministers, Charles governed without Parliament altogether, exactly as his father had done, with this difference, that he knew where the edge of the ice lay, and he skated to the edge and no further. The Whig leadership was broken, by exile and by the block. Oates was eventually sued, fined into oblivion, and left to await the whipping post that the next reign held for him. The king had won every point on the board. On the 2nd of February, 1685, Charles suffered a sudden seizure at Whitehall, and over 4 days the finest physicians in England bled him, blistered him, purged him, and dosed him with remedies up to and including powdered human skull. Treatment his biographers have described as closer to torture than medicine, and through all of it, the dying man kept the wit that had carried him through everything else. He apologized to the gentleman around his bed for being, he said, an unconscionable time, a dying. He commended his mistresses to his brother's care, including the plea that England remembers, let not poor Nelly starve. And on the last night, with the room cleared, the heir did the final service of the reign, a Catholic priest named John Huddleston, the same priest who had helped hide the fugitive king after Worcester 34 years earlier, was brought up a back stair in disguise and received Charles II into the Roman Catholic Church on his deathbed. In secret, 1 hour of one night, the last card of a lifetime, played face down, even at the very end. The king died the next morning, and the kingdom did not learn of the conversion for years. And so, in February 1685, the thing England had marched, petitioned, perjured, and legislated for 7 years to prevent simply happened, quietly. In an afternoon, James, Duke of York, was proclaimed James II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, the first openly Catholic monarch in 127 years, and nothing happened. No rising, no riot. The exclusion fury had burned itself out. The pulpits were full of sermons on obedience, and the new king's first speech to his council, promising to preserve the government in church and state, as by law established, was printed and celebrated. His position, on paper, was stronger than his brother's had ever been. He was 51 years old. His heirs were his 2 Protestant daughters, Mary, married to the Dutch Protestant champion William of Orange, and Anne, married to a Danish prince. The Catholic king was a parenthesis, a decade at most, and then the line ran safely Protestant again. England exhaled and decided it could wait him out. 4 months later, the first test came ashore in the West Country. Charles's eldest and best-loved illegitimate son, the Protestant Duke of Monmouth, handsome, popular, and catastrophically persuadable, landed with 3 ships and a proclamation declaring his uncle a usurper and popish tyrant, and the farmers and weavers and miners of the West came out for him in their thousands, armed with scythes, lashed to poles. It ended in July, in the dark, on the moor of Sedgemoor, the last pitched battle fought on English soil, where the rebel night attack lost its way among the drainage ditches and the Royal Army destroyed it at dawn. Monmouth was taken hiding in a ditch, dressed as a shepherd, and carried to London, where he grovelled to his uncle for life. And James received him, watched him crawl, and sent him to the block anyway. A piece of calculated cruelty even his own supporters flinched at. On Tower Hill, Monmouth tipped the executioner and asked after the edge of the axe, and the concern proved prophetic. By the most common account, it took 5 strokes to finish the work, and the crowd surged, screaming at the scaffold, and pieces of cloth were dipped in the blood of the Protestant Duke. In the weeks that followed, the West Country met the King's Justice in the form of Judge Jeffreys, sent down with a commission to try the rebels, and the assizes he conducted entered folk memory as the Bloody Assizes. More than 200 were executed, their remains displayed at crossroads through the region for years, and roughly 800 more were transported to forced labour in the West Indies, their sentences parcelled out as gifts to courtiers who sold them for profit. James had crushed the first challenge of his reign in 6 weeks. Utterly. And from the victory he drew the conclusion that would cost him everything. The rebellion proved, to his mind, that his safety lay in strength, and strength meant the thing 17th century England feared above every other instrument of rule: a large, permanent, professional, standing army, loyal to the king who paid it. By that autumn, 30,000 men were under arms, and a great tented camp had been established on Hounslow Heath, an hour's ride from London, where the capital could contemplate it. And as the commissions went out to the new regiments, the clerks recording them began to note something about the names of the officers the king was choosing. In the spring of 1688, the joiners of the royal household received an order for a new piece of furniture, and the order rattled every chancellery in Europe. A cradle. The Queen of England was pregnant, and nothing in the 3 kingdoms would ever be the same size again. A piece of nursery furniture could shake a continent because of what King James II had done with his first 3 years. His grandfather had waited 16 years for a crown. His brother had waited 25 years to take a single, irreversible risk. James did everything at once, in the open, at full volume, and he did it while holding a hand that only needed patience to win. Start with the army. The 30,000 men camped within sight of London. The names the clerks had noticed on the new commissions were Catholic names, officers legally barred from command by the Test Act, commissioned anyway by the king's personal dispensation, when Parliament, the most loyal assembly any Stuart ever faced, respectfully protested. James sent it home. It never met again in his reign. Instead, he took the question to his judges. A test case was arranged, and in 1686 the court delivered the ruling. The king required that the laws of England were the king's laws, and that the king could dispense with them in particular cases as he saw fit. To be sure of the verdict, James had first dismissed the judges who would not promise it. The decision came down 11-1. His father had won ship money 7-5 from an independent bench and lost the country anyway. James bought his margin in advance, and the country noticed the purchase. The dispensing power then went to work on the load-bearing walls. Catholics went to the Privy Council, to the Treasury, to command of the fleet. In Ireland, the army was remodelled under a Catholic viceroy until the garrison of the most Protestant-fearing kingdom in the Isles was majority Catholic inside 2 years. A new royal commission of doubtful legality was created to discipline the Church of England's own clergy, and it suspended the Bishop of London for refusing to punish an anti-Catholic preacher. Then James reached into Oxford. Magdalen College, one of the richest in Europe, refused royal orders to install an unqualified Catholic sympathizer as its president, elected its own man instead, and stood on its statutes and its oaths. James came to Oxford in person and berated the assembled fellows like schoolboys. "Is this your Church of England loyalty?" He told them. "Get you gone." The fellows, grey men of law and scripture, held. So the king's commissioners expelled them, stripped 25 of them of their livelihoods, and installed a Catholic president over an emptied college. On paper, it was a property dispute. England read it as a confession of intent. If the dispensing power could seize Magdalen, it could seize any pulpit, any parsonage, any freehold in the kingdom. and the class that had carried the Stuarts through every crisis: the Tory gentry and the Anglican clergy, the men whose creed was obedience, began asking themselves for the first time what their creed was actually worth. James could not see it, and the reason he could not see it is the tragedy inside the politics. By his own lights, he was expanding liberty. In 1687, he issued a declaration of indulgence, suspending, by prerogative alone, the entire penal code against both Catholics and Protestant dissenters, throwing open worship to every faith at a stroke. Read cold. 3 centuries later, it is the most tolerant public document any Stuart ever signed. Read in 1687, by people who had lived this whole story. It was a trap wearing a halo. Toleration decreed by the same lawless power that had packed the bench and gutted Magdalen. A bribe to split Protestant dissent while the real work went forward underneath. Even the dissenters it freed mostly declined to thank him. The judgment was harsh. And it was not paranoid. It was pattern recognition, trained by 80 years of exactly this history. In April 1688, James reissued the declaration and added the order that broke the dam. Every parish clergyman in England was commanded to read it aloud from his pulpit on 2 successive Sundays. He was ordering the Church of England to announce its own demotion, in its own buildings, with its own voice. 7 bishops, headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury himself, petitioned the king, in language of exquisite humility, to withdraw the order, since the power it rested on had been declared illegal in Parliament many times, and they could not, in conscience, publish it. James read the petition as rebellion in miniature, and when it leaked to the printers overnight and sold in the streets by morning, he made the decision that turned 7 cautious churchmen into the most popular men in England. He prosecuted them for seditious libel, and when they stood on their rights rather than post bail, he sent them to the Tower. London gave him his answer at the water's edge. As the barge carried the 7 bishops downriver to the fortress, crowds lined both banks and knelt, in their thousands, asking the bishop's blessing as they passed. And the soldiers of the Tower garrison knelt for the blessing too. At the gates of the prison itself, the trial, at the end of June, became a national referendum staged in a courtroom, and when the jury, after a night locked without fire or candle, returned not guilty, the roar inside Westminster Hall rolled out of the building and across the city and did not stop. That evening, the sound reached the king in the most alarming form it could possibly take. James was dining at the army camp on Hounslow Heath, among the 30,000 soldiers who existed to overawe exactly this kind of defiance, when a great shout went up through the tents. He asked what the noise meant, and the answer survives in the memoirs of the age. Nothing. Sire, the soldiers are glad the bishops are acquitted. The king's reply survives with it, do you call that nothing? And the cradle was no longer empty. On the 10th of June, between the bishops' imprisonment and their acquittal, Queen Mary of Modena gave birth at St. James's Palace to a healthy son. James, Francis, Edward, Prince of Wales. Every calculation in the kingdom collapsed in that hour. The waiting game was over, because there was nothing left to wait for. The crown would pass to a Catholic prince, raised by this king, schooled in this program, and after him to his sons, and to theirs. The parenthesis had become a dynasty. Within days, Protestant England performed a feat of mass self-deception that measures the desperation exactly. It declared the baby a fraud, the pregnancy had been faked, the story ran, and a changeling infant had been smuggled into the birth chamber inside a warming pan. The tale was nonsense. Dozens of witnesses of both parties had crowded the room at the birth, as royal custom required for precisely this reason, and the government published their sworn statements. It changed nothing, because the warming pan story was never a theory of events. It was a permission slip. If the prince was false, then resisting his father was loyalty. And England believed the lie, because England needed the lie. Nations are never more dangerous than when a falsehood becomes load-bearing. On the 30th of June, the day the bishops walked free, 7 men of weight, nobles and 1 bishop, Whigs and Tories together, signed a short letter in cipher and sent it by trusted hand to Holland, to William, Prince of Orange. History calls them the Immortal Seven, and their letter has a claim to be the most consequential invitation ever posted. It assured William that 19 of 20 Englishmen desired a change, and it asked him to come, with force, on who was being invited, because the family geometry is the heart of everything that follows. William of Orange was the House of Stuart, twice over. His mother was Charles I's daughter, making him the reigning king's nephew. His wife was Mary, the reigning king's elder daughter, and, until June, his heir, nephew and son-in-law, invited into his uncle's kingdom, with his wife's inheritance as the stake and his father-in-law's throne as the question. The great European quarrel was also, precisely, a family fight, a daughter and her husband against her father. William had his own iron reason for accepting, and English liberty was not it. His life's single purpose was the containment of Louis XIV's France, the superpower that had nearly destroyed his country in his youth. And England, drifting under a Catholic king subsidized by French gold, was the decisive weight on the scale. He came for the alliance. The revolution was the price of admission. The armada that sailed from Holland in November 1688 was, by careful modern reckoning, roughly 4 times the size of the Spanish armada of a century before. Hundreds of transports and warships carrying above 20,000 professional soldiers. And it flew from its flagship, a banner reading the liberties of England and the Protestant religion. The wind that carried it down the channel blew from the east, pinning the royal fleet helpless in its anchorage, while the invasion ran the whole south coast in full view of the shore. And Protestant England, watching from the cliffs, named it what it needed it to be, a Protestant wind. On the 5th of November, the anniversary of the gunpowder deliverance itself, William's army landed unopposed at Torbay in Devon. Providence, England concluded, had signed its work. What followed was a war that never happened. James had the larger army, and it dissolved under him without a battle, in defection, drop by drop, regiment by regiment. The commanders of the northern garrisons declared for William, and in the 3rd week of November came the blow with a name on it. John Churchill, the king's finest soldier, raised from page boy by James's own favour, the victor of Sedgemoor, second in command of the royal army, rode out of the king's camp in the night and crossed to William, taking key officers with him. Within days, the king's other daughter, the Princess Anne, slipped down the back stairs of Whitehall with Churchill's wife and fled north to the rebel lords, rather than face her father's return. The man who received that news had stood unflinching on burning decks against the Dutch and ridden the fire lines of London for 3 days. Now, deserted by his army, his nephew, his son-in-law, and both daughters. Something in James simply broke. He was seized by nosebleeds so violent and unstoppable that his campaign headquarters stood paralyzed for days. His councils dissolved into panic, and witnesses recorded a king repeating, in the words of the old play, "God help me, my own children have forsaken me." He ordered the army disbanded, sent his wife and infant son secretly to France, and in the small hours of the 11th of December he followed, slipping out of Whitehall in disguise. And as his boat crossed the Thames, he performed one last act of state, entirely characteristic and entirely futile. He dropped the Great Seal of England into the river. The gesture is the man complete. The Great Seal was the physical instrument of lawful government, the object whose impression validated writs, summonses, elections, the machinery of the state itself. James could not keep his kingdom, so he tried to switch it off, to sink legality itself in the Thames mud and leave his enemies an England that could not lawfully act. It was the dispensing power's final form, the belief, held to the last hour, that the law was a private possession, to be carried away or drowned like a jewel. A fisherman dredged the seal up within months, and the state it was meant to paralyze barely broke stride. Even the escape misfired. Kentish fishermen, hunting, fleeing priests, seized the disguised king near the coast, roughed him up before recognizing him, and returned him to a London that no longer knew what to do with him, where crowds, in the whiplash way of crowds, cheered the humiliated old man with something like pity. William wanted a captive king even less than a free one, for a prisoner would have to be dealt with, and his wife's family had a history with imprisoned kings that no one in Europe had forgotten. So the Dutch guards who took custody of James were quietly instructed to watch the back door with their eyes shut. 2 days before Christmas, James walked out of it, found a boat waiting, and crossed to France, into the embrace of Louis XIV, who gave him a palace, a pension, and a court in exile. 85 years earlier, a Stuart king had ridden south from Edinburgh through a delirious England, showered with honours, to unite the crowns of the island. Now a Stuart king left England by night, in a small boat, having thrown the seal of the kingdom into a river, and no hand in 3 kingdoms was raised to hold him. Behind him, the throne stood in a condition the law had no name for. The king lived, had signed nothing, and insisted from France that he remained king by right of God. A reigning monarch had simply gone, leaving the state headless and London in the keeping of a foreign nephew whose banner claimed he had come only to secure a free parliament. That parliament now had to convene, summoned by no king, empowered by no precedent, to answer a question no English assembly had ever been permitted to ask out loud: what is a crown, and who has the right to give it away? On the 13th of February, 1689, the crown of England was offered to a husband and wife in the banqueting house at Whitehall, and before a word of the offer was spoken, a clerk stood up and read them a document: "Mark the room." Above their heads spread the Rubens ceiling. James I, born into heaven as the godlike founder of Stuart rule. Through those windows, 40 years and 2 weeks earlier, Charles I had stepped out to the block. Now, beneath the painted apotheosis of divine kingship, and beside the window of its execution, the Lords and Commons of England assembled to hand the crown to new keepers. And the order of ceremony was itself the revolution. First the reading, then the offer, first the terms, then the throne. One of the two people receiving that crown had been dreading the morning for weeks. Mary had landed from Holland the day before, and every eye in London watched her for the correct performance of an impossible part. Her daughter arriving to occupy her living father's throne. She chose, or was instructed by her husband to choose, a show of cheerfulness, and walked through the private apartments of Whitehall. Lately her father's, in seeming high spirits. The performance convinced and appalled. Observers recorded a queen who ran about the palace, peering into closets and turning up quilts like a guest at an inn, unmoved by whose rooms these had been. Her own diary, published long after, records the same morning from inside. Her heart was not insensible. She wrote, "Secret joy there could not be, for the thought of her father's fall pierced it, and she could not forget that his ruin raised her. She had wept through the crisis in Holland and concluded, in the stern faith of her upbringing, that God had set her where she stood, and that submission was duty. She performed the duty smiling while it consumed her. The winter that produced the document she listened to had been the strangest session in parliamentary history. The Assembly, elected on no king's writ, faced a vocabulary problem that was really a problem about the nature of the state. What had happened on the 11th of December? The Tories, whose creed held the succession sacred, groped for formulas. A regency in the absent king's name, or the crown passing to Mary alone as if her father had died. The Whigs said what the Tories could not, that James had broken the original contract between king and people and withdrawn himself, and that the throne was thereby vacant. The Lords choked on that word for days, because the word was the revolution. A throne that could be vacant was not a divine inheritance, running by blood, regardless of human judgment. It was an office, held on conditions. An office a nation could declare forfeit. What ended the argument was arithmetic and iron. Mary refused to reign without her husband. Anne waived her immediate claim in William's favour. And William, who had not crossed the sea to become his wife's gentleman usher, let it be known that he would be king or he would go home, and take his army with him, and leave England to sort out its theology alone with the armies of France. The Assembly voted. The throne was declared vacant, and William and Mary were declared king and queen together. The only joint sovereigns in English history now attend to the document itself. The reading that came before the crowning, the Declaration of Rights, enacted that year into statute as the Bill of Rights, contains almost no abstraction. It is a list. An indictment in 13 counts against a king named nowhere in its operative clauses and visible in every line. The pretended power of suspending of laws by regal authority without consent of Parliament is illegal. That clause is the Declaration of Indulgence. The pretended power of dispensing with laws is illegal. That clause is the packed bench and the 11-to-1 verdict. The Commission for Ecclesiastical Causes is illegal. That clause is the 7 bishops and the sack of Magdalen. Levying money without grant of Parliament is illegal. That clause is ship money. Reaching back a generation to bury the ghost properly. Raising or keeping a standing army within the kingdom in time of peace, unless it be with consent of Parliament, is against law. That clause is the camp on Hounslow Heath. The election of members ought to be free. Parliaments ought to be held frequently. The freedom of speech and debates in Parliament ought not to be questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. A line that has guarded every uncomfortable question asked in that chamber from that day to this. Clause by clause. The document walks backward through this entire story, taking each weapon the Stuart crown had ever drawn, and breaking it, formally, in public, forever. Nothing in it was framed as new. Everything in it was framed as ancient rights and liberties, vindicated and asserted. England, having carried out the most complete constitutional revolution in its history, immediately denied on parchment that anything had changed, and the denial was itself the genius, for it let Tories swallow the revolution as a restoration, and Whigs enforce the restoration as a revolution. The machinery that followed sealed it. The new sovereigns were granted a revenue deliberately too small to live on, renewed year by year, which meant Parliament would meet every year from then on, and has, because the purse commanded it. The army was made lawful 1 year at a time, and when the wars against France demanded credit on a new scale, London's moneymen were incorporated in 1694 as the Bank of England, binding the fortunes of the moneyed classes to the survival of the settlement, since the settlement now literally owed them. The dynasty had believed the crown owned the kingdom. The kingdom ended the argument by making the crown its salaried tenant, and one further thought occurred to the men who reached that arrangement, and it travelled, a century and 2 years after that February morning, on the far side of the Atlantic. The framers of another settlement, close readers of this one, would attach to their new constitution 10 amendments, and call the package by the name England had taught them. A Bill of Rights, so much for the state. The Revolution's bills, in this family, were paid in a harder currency. On the eve of her coronation, a letter from Saint Germain reached the new queen, and its substance survives. Since she was to be crowned in her father's lifetime, James wrote, she must expect a father's curse, and God would hear it. She broke down, by the accounts, and went to the crowning anyway. She wore the crown for 5 years, childless, dutiful, managing the kingdom capably through William's long absences at war, and never saw or spoke with her father again. In December 1694, smallpox, the terror of the age's palaces, killed her at 32. William, the cold, undemonstrative Dutchman whom England never learned to love, collapsed at her deathbed and had to be carried from the room, and told his chaplain that in all their marriage he had never known one single fault in her. At Saint-Germain, her father forbade his exiled court to wear mourning. He had cursed her crowned. He declined to weep for her dead, and the Revolution England, called bloodless, sent its bills abroad. In Scotland, the Highland clans that rose for James were broken, and the aftermath produced the small atrocity that outlived the war. In February 1692, soldiers of the Crown, quartered as guests for 12 days on the MacDonalds of Glencoe, rose before dawn on written orders and slaughtered their hosts in their beds for a chief's tardy oath of allegiance. 38 killed by the sword, and more dead of the winter mountains. And the orders carried the authorization of King William's own government, a stain the new order bore from its infancy. Ireland got the war entire. James landed there in 1689 with French officers and French gold. A Catholic king come to a Catholic kingdom to win back his Protestant ones, and for a year the island became the cockpit of Europe, the walled city of Derry, its gates shut in the regiment's faces by 13 apprentice boys, starved through 105 days of siege, and did not yield, and on the 1st of July, 1690, on the banks of the River Boyne north of Dublin, the two kings faced each other in person across the water, uncle against nephew, father-in-law against son-in-law. The only time in modern European history two crowned rivals for the same throne commanded against each other on the field. William, grazed by a cannon shot the day before, rode his lines all day. James watched the battle turn and left it early, and then left Ireland altogether, riding hard for the coast and France while his army retreated in good order behind him, and the Irish, who had bled for his crown, fixed him with a nickname that survives in the language and does not translate politely. The war ground on without him for another year, until the treaty signed at Limerick promised Irish Catholics toleration, and the Parliament in Dublin spent the next generation breaking the promise clause by clause, erecting instead the penal laws, a legal architecture that stripped the Catholic majority of land, arms, education, and office, and planted in Ireland a long, quiet fury that would burn for centuries the Stuarts never saw. Bloodless, the Revolution called itself. England's ledger was clean. The bill had merely been forwarded. North and west, James II lived on at Saint-Germain for 12 years, aging into a penitent who wore an iron chain and wrote devotional papers, concluding that God had taken 3 kingdoms from him to save his soul. And there are worse ends than that for a proud man, though his followers found it maddening in a claimant. In September 1701 he died, and Louis XIV, in a gesture as magnificent as it was catastrophic, went to the deathbed and recognized the 13-year-old boy at Saint-Germain as James III, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. With that single sentence, France rearmed the dynasty, for there was now, formally, in the eyes of Europe's greatest power, a king over the water, and there would be one for the better part of a century. England answered within months. The Act of Settlement of 1701 reached past the boy in France, past every Catholic claimant on the family tree, more than 50 of them by the genealogists' count, and settled the crown, failing Protestant heirs of the existing line, on a Protestant granddaughter of James I in Germany and her Protestant descendants forever. Parliament had seized the succession itself, the holy of holies of divine right, and converted it into a schedule in a statute, amendable like a road bill. William outlived his wife by 8 years, fighting his life's war against France to a draw, tolerated rather than loved by the kingdom he had rescued. In February 1702, his horse stumbled on a molehill in the park at Hampton Court and threw him, and the broken collarbone led to a fever, and in March he died. In the taverns of the disaffected, Jacobite glasses were raised for a generation afterward to the author of the accident, the little gentleman in the black velvet waistcoat, that the crowns passed, smooth as the settlement intended, to the last Protestant Stuart standing, the princess who had fled down the back stairs in 1688. Queen Anne was 37 years old, so lamed by gout that she was carried to her own coronation in a sedan chair. She was also the veteran of a war her body had waged and lost for 20 years, and the kingdom she now ruled kept the accounts of that war in a room no state paper ever listed, a nursery, furnished and refurnished, that stood empty. The medical registers of Queen Anne's life record a number that stops every historian who reaches it, and it should stop us too. 17, between 1684 and 1700, across 16 years of marriage. Anne was with child at least 17 times. Most of the pregnancies ended in miscarriage or stillbirth. In an age that made women endure such losses in near silence and then try again. 4 children were born alive. 2 small daughters died of smallpox in the same week of 1687. Toddlers buried in one grief. Another daughter and another son died almost at birth. And through it all, the royal nurseries were furnished, staffed, hoped over, and emptied, one cradle after another, 17 times, while the woman at the centre of the arithmetic grew heavier, sicker, and more crippled with, every year, her body ruined by the very duty it kept attempting. One child beat the odds. William, Duke of Gloucester, born in 1689, the Revolution's baby, arrived sickly and stayed fragile, afflicted by a swelling of the head that later medicine has read, cautiously, as hydrocephalus, slow to walk, unsteady on stairs all his life. He was also bright, affectionate, and cheerful, a boy who loved everything military, and the court built his enthusiasm into a tiny army of his own, a corps of some 90 local boys who drilled with wooden muskets in the park at Kensington, while the little Duke commanded them from horseback. England adored him without reservation, because England needed him without alternative. This one small, wobbling boy was the entire Protestant future of the House of Stuart, the single life standing between the settlement of 1689 and the boy in France, in July of 1700. The court celebrated his 11th birthday at Windsor with fireworks and dancing, and the Duke, by the accounts, overheated himself with the excitement of the evening. The next day he complained of chills and a sore throat. The fever climbed. The physicians did what physicians of that age did, which was to bleed him, and 5 days after his birthday party, he died. The illness was probably scarlet fever or something near it, sharpened by everything already fragile in him, and no verdict of the doctors mattered beside the plain fact. The whole kingdom understood at once. The last cradle was empty for good. Anne ordered her household into mourning and went into a seclusion from which those near her testified. Some part of her never returned. For the rest of her life, she signed her letters to her closest friend as your poor, unfortunate, faithful Morley. And the word unfortunate was not a flourish. This dynasty entered its English century with a 13-month-old child crying under the weight of a crown in a Scottish church. A family so rich in heirs that half of Europe organized its politics around Stuart bloodlines. It ends with a gout-crippled woman who wore the crown after burying every child she ever carried. The succession had been the family's superpower. Biology revoked it 17 times. Parliament did not mourn. Parliament legislated within the year. And the last chapter already told the result. The Act of Settlement, reaching past more than 50 living Catholic claimants to fix the crown on the Protestant House of Hanover. What the act meant can be said in one sentence and then left alone. In the reign of the first Stuart, King of England, the crown descended from God through blood, and no earthly power could touch it. In the reign of the last, the crown descended through a schedule in a statute, and Parliament could amend it. That entire journey, from altar to act book, took this one family exactly 4 generations, and every mile of it was paved with their own choices. Yet the queen who embodied the loss ran one of the great reigns, and history has been slow to give her the credit, partly because her enemies wrote the memoirs. Anne was shy, stubborn, plain, and unintellectual, and she presided over 12 years in which Britain became a superpower. The instrument was war, the great war against France that William had lived for, now inherited, and the sword was John Churchill, the officer who had deserted her father in 1688, raised now to Duke of Marlborough and given command of the Allied armies. Marlborough repaid the commission by becoming, by wide consent, the greatest soldier England ever produced. In 1704 he marched an army secretly across Europe, from the North Sea to the Danube, and at a Bavarian village called Blindheim, which English tongues flattened into Blenheim, he destroyed a French and Bavarian army and shattered, in one afternoon, the aura of invincibility that the armies of Louis XIV had carried for 40 years. He scribbled the news to his wife in pencil on the back of a tavern bill, begging her to tell the Queen her army had had a glorious victory. And the note survives. A grateful nation built him a palace and named it Blenheim. And in that palace, 170 years later, his direct descendant, Winston Churchill, would be born. More victories followed, each bloodier than the last. And behind the drums, quietly, the machinery of the modern British state assembled itself. The funded debt, the bank, the annual budgets, war as a system underwritten by Parliament, everything the Stuart kings had tried to rule without, now running at full power, precisely because the Crown had stopped fighting it. The politics beneath the victories ran on the 2 words born in the Exclusion Street fights, and by Anne's reign, Whig and Tory were no longer insults but engines, organised parties alternating in her ministries, contesting elections roughly every 3 years in the most politically awake nation in Europe, a public drunk on pamphlets and newspapers. Anne loathed the whole system, believed parties were factions tearing at the Crown's dignity, and spent her reign being managed by them anyway, presiding over cabinets she often disliked, because the settlement had left the monarch reigning at the head of a machine that others drove. She was the last British sovereign ever to veto an Act of Parliament, in 1708, and the veto has never been used since. The fact reads like a tombstone with quiet lettering, somewhere in her reign, without any law announcing it. The Crown's old power died in its sleep. Her private life held the strangest political friendship in English history. Sarah Churchill, Marlborough's Duchess, had been Anne's intimate since girlhood, the dazzling, domineering counterpart to the shy princess. And, to erase the gulf of rank between them, the 2 women had adopted private names, plain gentlewomen's names, writing to each other for decades as Mrs. Morley, who was the Queen, and Mrs. Freeman, who was the Duchess. It was, on Anne's side, something close to devotion, and Sarah spent it like a rich woman, spending capital, lecturing, bullying, pressing Whig appointments on a Tory-hearted Queen, until the devotion wore through. The rupture, when it came, was managed by Sarah's own poor relation, a quiet bedchamber woman named Abigail, whom Sarah had herself placed at court, and who supplanted her cousin, by the simple method of being restful where Sarah was exhausting. The final interview between Queen and Duchess, in 1710, ended with Anne repeating one sentence to every argument. You may put it in writing. The greatest friendship of the reign closed like a slammed ledger. Sarah went into opposition and eventually into memoirs, where she took her revenge in prose that has coloured Anne's reputation ever since. One achievement of the reign stands above Blenheim, and it is the achievement this whole story has been waiting for since a Scottish king rode south in 1603, dreaming of one Britain, and was laughed out of his own parliament. In 1707, the Acts of Union were passed in Edinburgh and London, and England and Scotland ceased to be two kingdoms under one crown and became one kingdom, Great Britain, with one parliament and one flag combining the crosses of both nations. The motives were nothing James I would have put in a sermon. England needed the Union to slam the northern door against the king over the water, for Scotland had pointedly declined to adopt the Hanoverian succession and was legally free, when Anne died, to invite the Stuart heir home. Scotland needed the Union because it was broke, its capital devoured by the failure of a national colonial venture in Panama, and the treaty arrived wrapped around English money, compensation for the losses, paid to the very classes whose votes would carry it. The Edinburgh mob rioted against the treaty, while the Scottish Parliament voted itself out of existence, and Robert Burns later fixed the national verdict in a line that still stings. Bought and sold for English gold, cynical in its making, the Union proved the most durable thing any Stuart reign ever built. The dynasty that had torn Britain apart for a century produced, in its final act, the country called Britain itself, and then handed that country to another family. The handing came on the 1st of August, 1714. Anne had been dying by inches for years, of gout, of dropsy, of 17 pregnancies and a lifetime of loss. And the final strokes took her at Kensington Palace at the age of 49. Her physician wrote the sentence that serves as the epitaph of the whole dynasty. I believe sleep was never more welcome to a weary traveller than death was to her. The crown proceeded, by the schedule in the act, to the nearest Protestant heir, a stolid German prince of 54 who spoke little English and was in no hurry, taking 7 weeks to arrive in his new kingdom. The House of Stuart had reigned over England for 111 years, and over Scots for 343, and the direct Protestant line was now extinguished. The line itself was not. Across the water, at Saint-Germain, a tall, grave, dark-eyed young man of 26 had marked the 1st of August in his correspondence, and signed the letters that went out that month, as he signed everything. James III, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and in the ports of France. That autumn, his agents began asking discreet questions about ships. For half a century after Anne died, in certain dining rooms of England and Scotland, a guest might notice something odd at the loyal toast. When the company rose and lifted their glasses to the king, some men would pass their wine, just for an instant, over the water jug or the finger bowl on the table, and drink with the rest, and say nothing. The gesture was silent, deniable, and perfectly understood. They were drinking to the king, exactly as the law required, merely to the king over the water. The men who made that gesture were called Jacobites, from Jacobus, the Latin for James, and they were the long afterlife of everything this story has told. Their king was the baby of the warming pan lie, James Francis Edward Stuart, grown now into a melancholy, dutiful, unlucky man whom history calls the Old Pretender. His movement was never merely nostalgia. It was a standing alternative government, recognized by France and Rome, funded in crises by England's enemies, woven through the clans of the Scottish Highlands and the disaffected of 3 kingdoms. And for 60 years it waited for the tide. The tide seemed to come quickly. In 1715, 1 year into the new German king's reign, the standard of James III rose in Scotland, and the rising found a leader worse than none. An army of clans that outnumbered everything the government had in Scotland fought one confused, indecisive battle and then bled away through a winter of hesitation. James himself landed too late, in a December so bitter that the coronation planned for him dissolved in retreat, and the man his followers finally met dismayed them. Gentle, gloomy, seasick, visibly braced for failure. Within weeks he sailed back to France, and the movement learned its pattern. Risings that started with the hills on fire and ended with ships slipping away in the dark. The Old Pretender never tried again in person. He settled in Rome on a papal pension, married a Polish princess, and grew old as the shadow king of a shadow court. And the movement's hopes transferred whole to his son. The son is the face the story keeps. Charles Edward Stuart, born in 1720, half Polish, wholly charming, tall, athletic, restless, was raised from the cradle for one purpose and believed in it with a confidence his father never owned. Europe called him the Young Pretender. The Highlands, in time, called him Bonnie Prince Charlie, and in 1745, aged 24, with France's promised invasion cancelled by storms and his backers wringing their hands, he decided to go anyway. He pawned his mother's rubies, borrowed money, hired 2 ships, and sailed for Scotland with a handful of companions. One ship, carrying most of the weapons, was mauled by the Royal Navy and turned back. Charles landed in the Western Highlands that July with the other, and when the chiefs who met him pointed out that he had brought no army, no treasury, and no French regiments, and begged him to go home, he gave the answer that lit the last Stuart fire. "I am come home." What followed remains one of the most improbable campaigns in British history. On the 19th of August, at Glenfinnan, at the head of a loch in the mountains, the red and white standard was raised before perhaps 1,200 clansmen, and the number grew as the army moved. In September, Edinburgh fell without a siege. The gates rushed at dawn, and the capital of Scotland watched a Stuart prince take up residence in Holyrood House, the palace of his ancestors, where his great-great-grandfather had learned kingship as a boy. There were balls in the long gallery under the painted portraits of the Stuart line. Days later, at Prestonpans, the government army in Scotland was broken by a Highland charge in somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes, and by November the prince was across the border into England with around 5,000 men, marching south through Carlisle and Manchester, while London's money markets shivered. By the 4th of December, the Jacobite army stood at Derby, 125 miles from London. The capital's panic was real. A run gathering on the Bank of England, the militia mustering, and a tradition, repeated ever since, though never proven, that King George II had a yacht readied on the Thames. Between the Prince and London, stood forces larger on paper and beatable in fact, and no one can ever know. Because at Derby the Jacobite Council of War looked at the arithmetic instead of the panic. No English Jacobites had risen in numbers. No French army had landed. 3 government armies were converging. The chiefs and the prince's ablest general voted to retreat while the army still existed. Charles raged, argued, and submitted, and the pipers played the army north on the 6th of December, and the prince, witnesses said, never fully trusted his officers again. Derby was the last die the House of Stuart ever threw for its crowns, and it was thrown backward. The end came the following April, on a stretch of open moorland east of Inverness, called Culloden. Everything about the ground was wrong for the Jacobites, and chosen anyway. Flat, boggy, open to artillery. The one field in Scotland where a Highland charge, the army's single decisive weapon, would have to wade through mud into grape shot. The night before, a surprise march on the government camp had been attempted and had dissolved in darkness and exhaustion. So, the army that formed up on the 16th of April, 1746, was starving and sleepless. Facing it stood the Duke of Cumberland, the king's soldier son, with a professional army drilled for months against exactly this enemy. The battle lasted about 40 minutes. The Jacobite right charged through the bog and the cannon fire, reached the government line, broke through the first rank in places, and died on the second, and the field was over. Perhaps 1,500 Jacobites were killed, to about 50 government dead, and it was after the firing stopped that Culloden earned its place in memory, for the pursuit spared neither the wounded on the moor nor bystanders on the roads, and the Duke returned to London a hero, celebrated with music composed in his honour, while Scotland gave him the name that stuck, Butcher Cumberland. What followed the battle was the deliberate dismantling of the world that had made the rising possible. Parliament banned the tartan and the kilt for ordinary Highlanders, banned the carrying of weapons, abolished the hereditary powers of the chiefs, and set about converting the clans from a warrior society into a source of rent and regiments. The measures worked. Within a generation, the Highlands that had terrified London were sending their sons into the British Army instead, and the culture the laws had targeted survived mainly as memory, music, and, in time, romance. The prince himself became a story, and the story, for once, is true. For 5 months after Culloden, Charles Edward Stuart was hunted through the Western Highlands and Islands with £30,000 on his head, a fortune that would have transformed any glen in Scotland, and through 5 months of caves, open hillsides, and small boats, passed from hand to hand among people who were being burned out and shot for less. Not one person betrayed him. The most famous hand belonged to a 24-year-old gentlewoman of the Isles named Flora MacDonald, who agreed, reluctantly and at mortal risk, to bring the prince across the water to Skye disguised as her Irish maidservant, Betty Burke, a role the tall prince played badly, managing his skirts. One account complains, with strides no maid ever took. The boat crossed at night. The song, that crossing became, the Skye Boat Song, is sung to this day. Flora was arrested, imprisoned in the Tower, lionized by London society that could not help itself, and released, and her later life carries one of the strangest turns in this whole American thread, for she emigrated to North Carolina, and when revolution came in 1776, Flora MacDonald, the woman who had saved the Stuart pretender from King George's soldiers, stood loyally with King George against the American rebels, and her husband was taken prisoner, fighting for the crown. History files no one neatly. Charles escaped to France that September, and the remaining 42 years are the cruelest chapter, because they are the longest. The hero of the 45 aged into a wandering, drinking, embittered exile, sustained by a cause that shrank every year from conspiracy to sentiment to toast, and he died in Rome in 1788, in the palace where he had been born, by his household's tradition, in the very room, a circle closed on nothing. His younger brother, Henry, a cardinal of the Roman Church, became the last of the line, styling himself Henry IX, King of England, a title he asserted on medals and never once in arms. When the French Revolution destroyed his fortune, the old cardinal was rescued from poverty by a pension, granted quietly and paid faithfully from King George III of Great Britain, the Hanoverian monarch keeping the last Stuart claimant in bread, an arrangement both men managed with perfect dignity, because both men knew the war was over. Henry died in 1807, and the direct line of the royal House of Stuart ended with him. The three of them lie together in the crypt of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, the old pretender and his two sons, beneath a white marble monument bearing their royal titles as if the titles had been real, and the subscription that paid for it included, without irony, money from the British royal family, 3 kings of England, Scotland, and Ireland, by their own account and God's, resting 1,000 miles from all 3 kingdoms. In the care of the church, their family had lost the crowns and that might be the end of the story. Except that a story like this one does not end in a crypt. It ends where it began, in a room in London, under a painted ceiling. The banqueting house is still there. It stands on Whitehall in London, hemmed in now by government offices and traffic, and visitors walk in off the street and buy a ticket. Inside, they crane their necks at the ceiling, because the ceiling is the reason the room is famous. 9 great canvases by Rubens, restored and glowing, and in the central oval, James I of England, carried up into heaven by angels, the founder of a dynasty rising into glory at the command of God himself. The painting says exactly what it was paid to say. Kings come from heaven and answer to heaven, and to nothing below it. Charles I walked under that ceiling, beneath his father's painted face. On his way to the window and the scaffold, his son rode past the building in a storm of flowers 11 years later and never liked it afterward. His granddaughter stood inside it and accepted the crown of England only after a clerk had finished reading the conditions out loud. 1 room, 1 family, 3 scenes. A dynasty's whole argument with its kingdoms, staged in a single building, and the building outlived the argument. So did almost everything else in this story. And you can go and stand in front of it all. The crown in the Tower of London, the one the crowds line up for, was made new in 1661 because a republic had melted the original into coins, and it was set on the head of King Charles III at the coronation of 2023. The cellars of Westminster are still searched by lantern light before every state opening of Parliament. 4 centuries after the night, they found the man beside the barrels. Every 5th of November, England still burns the bonfires in Trafalgar Square, Charles I rides in bronze, looking down Whitehall toward the spot where he died, and a few hundred yards away, outside Parliament, stands a statue of Oliver Cromwell, and the two of them have faced each other across the same stretch of London for more than a century, and the country that put them both up sees no contradiction worth fixing, and the name on the most famous skyline in the world is a Stuart name, New York, for a duke who fought fires with his own hands and ran the company that branded human beings. Both facts truer than either alone. Jamestown, for the king who united the crowns. The Bill of Rights in Philadelphia, named for the one read aloud in the banqueting house a century before it. Count what this family wanted, and what it got. They wanted the crowns united under one sacred, unanswerable king, and they got the union, the real one, a country called Great Britain, a flag stitched from two crosses, born in the reign of the last of them, built partly to keep the rest of them out. They wanted a throne above the law, and the wanting of it killed one of them on a scaffold, drove another into the sea in the dark, and ended with the succession itself written into a statute book that any parliament could amend. The kingdoms they tore apart put themselves back together around the empty space where their idea of kingship used to be. Every British monarch since, down to the king, crowned in our own century, descends from James VI of Scotland, and through him from Mary, Queen of Scots, the woman who knelt at Fotheringhay in a crimson bodice at the beginning of this story. The blood survived everything. The crown survived everything. What did not survive was the belief the family bled for, that the one who wears it answers to God alone. The House of Stuart united the crowns and believed heaven had done it. 3 kingdoms answered with a civil war, a scaffold, and a contract. The crown came through it all, and still comes through, carried past the tourists to Westminster on velvet. Only the ceiling still makes the old claim, in paint, in a room you can visit, where nobody has believed it for a very long time.